guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Ready or not, here we go. Ready for the Friday edition. Yeah, TGIF, Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. 5 full hours coming your way. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. That's our headquarters here. But of course, folks tuning in around the world. Hope you've had a good week. Where shall we begin? You know, as much as I love being with you live here each weeknight, right about now I'd rather be in Eldora. But why? Believe it or not, we're past the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, and the $1 million to win super late model dirt track race. The main event is about to get underway. After the rain washed all the activities out on Wednesday, which was supposed to be a full program, they started things early in the day. Driver meeting was 10 a.m. Thursday morning. So through the progress of the day, numerous feature events, 25 lap, $12,000 to win features, starting with 124 cars in the field. Throughout the heat races and the A main, the B main, I got a chance to tune into the final few laps of what was the B main event, the last race to set the field of 24 cars. And my guy, Dale McDowell, number 17 out of Chickamauga, Georgia, wins the B main, so he'll be starting 22nd in the 24-car field main event. Brandon Shepard, it was only the top two finishers in the B main that actually bumped into the 24-car field. So as I mentioned, they just wrapped that up literally about 15 minutes ago. So stages being set, those that just got in to the tail end, not a lot of time to make any changes or additional preparation for the 101-lap main event. So I reckon they'll be racing till 1:30 in the morning, something like that. A 101-lap main event, when you figure in the cautions and all those things that'll be taking place, it's going to run a good hour, depending on cautions, maybe hour and a half. So I'll try my best to keep an eye on things tonight. I didn't even get a chance to see the actual full grid for the starting field. But there you go. That main event, $1,002,022 will go to the winner. Only the second time in history, a $1 million to win. So you've literally got 100 drivers that made that trek to Eldora Speedway that'll be on the outside watching the main event here this evening. That's why I'd rather be in Eldora. Such a good time. Now, that place is packed out. Fans ready to go. Flow Racing, of course, if you are a subscriber to Flow Racing, you can catch the main event live. But here we go. Elsewhere, what are we looking at as we get our Friday underway? We always try to take a look at our travelers' weather. The overall picture is a whole lot quieter tonight than we've been most all week long. Things have finally cleared out in the Northeast. So we have a few spotty showers there in western New York, a little spotty rain up there toward the Cleveland area, Erie, PA. Aside from that, just some spotty showers in the central states, not really talking about anything severe. Let me take that back. The exception would be a few severe storms in north central Kansas at this hour. Another cluster of thunderstorms prompting severe thunderstorm warnings just east of Amarillo, Texas, there in the Texas Panhandle region. Some of those moving into the western portions of Oklahoma at this hour. Now, we're going to be talking things ramping up through the upcoming day, pretty much as we've done every day this week. Severe thunderstorms, damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes we've talked about frequenting the central states all this week. Some folks in the region got a break midweek on Wednesday. The threat building again through the past day. And we'll be watching this cluster overnight tonight, especially there in Texas, on over into Oklahoma. Flood watches are in effect for parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas. There's two complexes of damaging thunderstorms that we watched throughout the past evening. Storms throughout the past day brought some intense winds, some isolated tornadoes. Motorists are reminded never drive over a flooded road. the road could be washed out. Big Ed shared a photograph from this past day in Oklahoma. It was amazing. Stretch of roadway where it stopped and the water was crossing the roadway. It looks like you could probably just drive right across. Several hours later, when the waters had receded, I bet it was a 10, 12-foot drop-off. The road was washed out. And people trying to drive through those sort of things, you may find yourself underwater or dead. All right, later today, the risk of severe weather is going to shift a bit further south and east, targeting portions of the lower Mississippi Valley and into the southeast. The risk of storms for your Friday will actually be a continuation of the storms that we're going to watch developing overnight, Thursday night. It's likely a complex of damaging storms are going to get going overnight as that complex then rolls through portions of the Mississippi Valley through the upcoming day. Given the projected speed of this complex, it'll likely push off the coast by later in the day Friday, effectively ending the threat of severe weather. Thursday's threat, after several days of severe weather through portions of the central states, produced all kinds of severe weather, from the plains to the Rockies, winds in excess of 80 miles per hour, very large hail, upwards of 3 inches in diameter, isolated tornadoes. Hail was large enough to break windshields and damage homes in eastern Colorado near the Kansas state line. One side of a mobile home had the siding literally ripped off by 2-inch in diameter hail. Hailstones larger than baseballs were measured in Hazard, Nebraska, in the middle portions of that state. After midnight, a line of storms barreled through the Kansas City area. Winds in excess of 60 miles per hour at the Kansas City International Airport. Feisty storms continued impacting Oklahoma, northern Texas by midweek. We saw some of that tornadic activity then Wednesday into Thursday, Wednesday evening. Ohio being impacted. We've got updates on that where the National Weather Service had been out this past day. They have indeed confirmed 3 tornadoes in the Buckeye State. All right, this strengthening heat dome that we've been talking about all week long has expanded, enveloping much of Texas and Oklahoma now. It's on the northern edge of the heat dome where these little disturbances along the jet stream develop these clusters of thunderstorms. This northward bulge in the jet stream, responsible for the heat in the southwest, continues to expand northeastward as we roll into the weekend. Now, that change will allow several days in the central and southern plains for things to dry out finally. The drier regime can even continue maybe into next week. Looks like all the thunderstorms, severe weather activity is going to be pushed further north, areas from the Dakotas into Minnesota. But that doesn't roll around till early next week. Got another busy day here on our Friday. For our friends in the Northeast, all right, well, if you're looking for a beautiful weekend weather day, you may want to call in sick today. Friday, today, looks to be probably the premier day of your weekend, as unsettled weather, rainy conditions are going to ensue through much of the upcoming weekend. In the wake of drenching rains we were talking about 24 hours ago, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, things in the Northeast dried out this past day. And through the upcoming day, Friday, you should remain dry. The drier weather to end the week, though, sets the stage for that one beautiful day, today. You may consider this the unofficial start to the weekend. It'll be the crowd-pleasing day weather-wise this week. Through the upcoming day, Friday, a good time to get outdoors, but a shift in the overall pattern arrives, sure enough, by Saturday. Unlike late Wednesday and early this past day, Thursday, when the humid air fueled those heavy thunderstorms, things have really dried out. The humidity levels have dropped significantly. Several pieces of energy are going to emerge out of the central states this weekend. That's going to initially run into some of that dry air across the eastern states. First storm is going to trigger some wet weather in the form over the southeastern U.S., slowly moving into the northeast on Saturday. Now, while thunderstorms are likely near the track of that storm, some moisture is going to be pushing northward. Slight increase in moisture leads to an increase in shower activity, a large portion of the northeast. It's not going to be, per se, a washout all day, but it's going to make kind of a dull start to the weekend for many folks in the northeast. Yeah, along with those chances of showers, your humidity level is going to be creeping higher across the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. With that increased humidity, better chances for showers to unfold. All right, by Sunday and Monday, the table begins to turn. Moisture from the Atlantic moving inland. That's going to fuel more widespread showers and maybe thunderstorms Sunday on into Monday. Right now, forecasters expect thunderstorms on Sunday to be centered around Pennsylvania and New Jersey and portions of a few surrounding states. Their steadier rain may pass just north of much of the Northeast as that storm pushes across the Great Lakes and on into southern Canada. Yeah, along with that push of moisture this weekend, humidity levels are going to be jumping once again across a large portion of the Northeast. Looks like the pattern in that region continues to see its ups and downs, at least through early next week. More storms with disturbances moving through the region before things finally maybe begin to calm down. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Yeah, we'll take a look out west, where we're looking at the incredible heat wave that's been underway for several days now, and there's plenty more of that to come with these triple-digit highs. Phoenix, 115 degrees, 120-plus degrees maybe in Death Valley on through the weekend. Again, update from the National Weather Service as they were out surveying the damage area, tornadoes that were confirmed from Wednesday's outbreak in Darke County. An EF1 tornado was confirmed. That one touched down in some open farm fields and immediately intensified, hit a farm, heavily damaging barns and outbuildings there, continued eastward where another farm was struck, roof damage to several barns. Yeah, the tornado then lifted in a field east of Highway 49. National Weather Service, that tornado traveled 2.5 miles, had an estimated maximum wind speeds of like 100 miles per hour. In Clark County, the surveyed damage was consistent with an EF0 when it was initially down in western Clark County, but that strengthened into an EF1 as it continued off to the east, widening to nearly 200 yards at the base. Hundreds of trees were snapped or uprooted along that section with that particular tornado. Let's see, as we continue east, National Weather Service damage was observed in Buck Creek State Park. In total, National Weather Service said this tornado had a path of about just over 17 miles, wind speeds of 90 miles per hour. Then late this past afternoon, a third tornado confirmed touching down with Wednesday's outbreak. The storm surveyed an EF1 tornado touching down in Darke County, southeast of Pittsburgh. Survey teams didn't release the final assessment on this tornado, but the teams also ruled an EF2 tornado had indeed touched down in Miami County. That's the one that impacted the Meyer Distribution Center near Tip City. An EF1 tornado was also ruled as being the cause of damage there near Springfield. So survey teams were out and about this past day with a much quieter day. But welcome aboard. Who we have checking in out of the box? Randolph is on board with Roy as well. Gerald checks in. Hello to Steve. A clear 69 in the Cape here. Fixing to have a big bowl of ice cream. Listening in. All right. Good to have you with us, Gerald. Heavy D, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Joe Self is on board. It is finally Friday, a nice 64 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. Hello to Tank. Philly Dan is on board. Philly Dan, this show's like the James Webb Telescope. It's a look back into time when radio was good and honest that allows people to call in and speak their mind. I like that comparison. Philly Dan, thank you so much. He said, keep up the great work. Steve, did you watch any of the January 6th sham panel committee hearings? No, James, I didn't waste my time. But we do have an update. Dershowitz says, pay no attention. This is absolutely nothing but a dog and pony show. Of course, we knew that. It's a totally one-sided committee. Everything has been predetermined. Judge, jury, executioner, you're all guilty. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 76 degrees in Duncan, Oklahoma tonight. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Chisholm Trail there. All right. Hello, Deborah. Morning, Steve. A nice morning here in Indiana. Stay safe out there, drivers, especially my driver, the one and only Woodpecker. Have a great weekend and say hello to the princess. Will do. Horse Feathers on board. Play Planets, the lineup by the James Webb Telescope, hit by an asteroid. Yeah, they call it a micro meteorite. I mean, I do have the rest of the story there. AccuWeather had kind of broke that down this past day. Yeah, you know when you're in space, you've got these little, oftentimes meteorites, meteoroids, sometimes about the size of a grain of sand, but at the speed they're moving, sometimes tens of thousands of miles per hour. Even something the size of a grain of sand could do damage. What they were impacted by was something larger than a grain of sand. There was a little bit of damage done to one of the mirrors. They're going to have to do apparently some realigning of the telescope, but everything appears to be on track there. Wagon Master checks in this morning from Columbia, Missouri. Longtime listener. Well, good to have you with us, Wagon Master. Carl says howdy from Arizona. Chevy Guy, Big Red setting in the yard, cold iron. Didn't hear a word from the company. Big Red is one of 8 tractors that went down. You talk about timing. So sitting back, enjoying my home diet-free lifestyle. Prayers for y'all. Copy in the mail for the time being. 8 trucks went down, like all at the same time? That's crazy. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and the crew. Beautiful night here in the country. I refused to watch any of that garbage on January 6th. Everybody stay safe. Have a great weekend. Country Bumpkin checking in from the home 20 tonight. Yeah, time checking the eyelids after 2 days, all right? Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Kevin on board. It was quiet tonight here in Tip City, the Troy, Ohio area. No tornadoes, just beautiful sunshine. What a difference a day can make, right? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry on board. 63 degrees in Newburgh, New York. On my way to Schenectady. Hello to Todd Wheeler. There's Raymond on board. Jan. Hi there, Jan. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive family. Upstate South Carolina back in the house tonight. Greenville welcomes everybody to come enjoy the downtown. Eskimo Mom on board. Day number 2 of the Meyer Distribution Center post-storm madness. We're still running whatever freight needs to go. Check in later. 69 degrees near your home, 20. Raymond says we've got 71 in Pueblo, Colorado tonight. 15 car. Happy Friday, Steve. Who's taking home the $1 million from Eldora tonight? As I mentioned a few moments ago, 15 car. That race it may be underway. Just the 100-lap main event, the feature, $1 million to win, just about to get underway as we speak at this late hour. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Lines open at 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what's on your plate as we head into the weekend? Of course, got to get to your Friday first, I'm aware. Hello to all our friends via TNCRadio.live. Update this Friday morning, TGIF. What a week it's been as they've launched their summer series of primetime shows. Thursday evening was no exception. So coming up later this morning, Friday morning, here we are right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Stick around to TNC Radio for the encore of the brand new show, Mind Your Truckin' Business. 3 entrepreneurs with different backgrounds all come together to bring some helpful information to the owner, operator, business owner. Meet the hosts and find out what the show's all about. Again, coming at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Then it's Reverse Gear with the maestro himself, Ron Samuels. Ron continues his review of the history of popular music. This week, he's actually looking at the impact of the men of Motown. All right, finally, 7 a.m. Eastern this morning, it's another news show. Noted author and spy expert Wesley Britton hosts Remember When? Danger, Will Robinson. Wesley interviews the original Will Robinson, Billy Mummy, talking about growing up on the television set and the television show, Bill's life and his music career since then. All that via tncradio.live, the website, the app, Alexa, pretty much any device that can reach the internet. TNC Radio is as easy as listening to a podcast. Sure enough is. Good to have you with us there. All right, it's 844-844-3388 as we roll to our bottom of the hour news break, get our first break of the morning. Dershowitz talks about the, well, his words, kangaroo court. The fixed jury, as Pappy kind of referred to it last evening. Ignore it all. a self-proclaimed Democrat who disapproves of the protest on January 6th. The one and only constitutional law expert Alan Dershowitz tells viewers, don't even take the House January 6th committee public hearing seriously. And I quote, "This is a kangaroo court. This is a fixed jury. This is a group of people who are selected with a predetermined narrative, including the two Republicans, and so nobody should take seriously any of the conclusions reached by this partisan committee." Now, he said this hearing lacks any constitutional due process or any cross-examination. I am a jury lawyer. I know that prosecutors get the last word, so I always tell the jurors when I have my opportunity before prosecution's last word, just imagine what I would have said if I had a chance to respond. And I ask you, imagine how different this would be if this were a balanced committee. This hearing has zero fairness, zero due process. When I watch this, I compare it to the 9/11 Commission. 9/11 was a real attack on America. And what we did was appoint a commission, nonpartisan, bipartisan commission of experts who actually had credibility. They didn't have long speeches like this. They didn't try to get partisan advantage for either side. They actually tried to get to the truth, the bottom. And people believed the conclusion of the 9/11 Commission because they had credibility. This so-called commission, none whatsoever. Kangaroo court. All right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
3 people were killed and 2 were injured, including a state trooper, in a shooting in Maryland. The suspect was identified by officials as a male only, and he was also wounded.
Suspect fired and shot state trooper in the shoulder, who then returned fire and shot him back.
That was Maryland Governor Larry Hogan during a press briefing. The FBI and ATF are helping with the investigation. Speaking of things happening in Maryland, authorities have arrested a man with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The man who traveled from California told law enforcement he was upset about the leak of the Supreme Court opinion related to abortion rights, an upcoming gun control case, and the school shooting last month in Uvalde, Texas. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, phone lines are open, and they are wide open this Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Sure enough, we did it. Not this time 24 hours ago. I said, we'll probably surpass that $5 per gallon national average for gasoline on Thursday. We did it, crossing the milestone after a rapid rise over the past month that has alarmed public officials, straining the budget of every American. According to GasBuddy.com, in all 50 states, the average price of a gallon is now above $4.40. So it was right about this time a week ago, Oklahoma became the final state that just crossed the $4 per gallon average in that state. They're above $4.40 now. Cost ranges considerably different depending on what region you are in the country. Drivers in the West and the Northeast seeing some of the highest prices. Drivers in the Southeast, some of the lowest. According to the latest data from AAA, California, the eye-popping average price in that state of $6.40 per gallon. Now, all this, the summer travel boom is about to get underway. That's bringing more people to the pump, according to the experts. This coinciding with the shortage of crude oil, partially to blame on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But as consumer frustration continues to mount, the president has faced continual criticism over his handling of the crisis. The cost increases. Essentials like fuel and groceries, only 37% of Americans approve of the president's handling of the economy right now. Republican leaders in Congress faulting Biden's management of the U.S. oil supply, blasting his choice to shut down the Keystone Pipeline. Now, as of last week, Biden was leaning toward a trip to Saudi Arabia, recall, the world's top oil exporter, looking to maybe get some help for relief for the U.S. gas payers or buyers. All right, of course, we've made that release. We continue $1 million every day, 1 million barrel, I should say, release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until we've released 180 million barrels, which appears to be doing nothing. And believe it or not, as a transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, was on the talking heads, George Stephanopoulos, and I guess even George Stephanopoulos from time to time can ask an honest, hard-hitting question. And he asked Stephanopoulos about this release of oil from the Strategic Reserve. He said, "It hasn't made any difference." Pete, was this a failure? Well, Buttigieg says, "I don't think it's correct to say it hasn't made any difference at all. This was an action that helped to stabilize global oil prices." I don't know. But all right, to your calls momentarily at 844-844-3388. Hey, here in the southeastern portions of the country, especially down along the Gulf Coast, there's looks like a plume of dust from the Saharan desert, another round, that may bring extraordinary picturesque sunsets and sunrises across the Gulf Coast states this weekend. It's the weather phenomenon known as the Saharan air layer, pulled east over 5,000 miles. It may be visible to the naked eye. The dust arriving first in Florida and Cuba this weekend. It may spread as far west as Texas. By next week, the dust will become more noticeable as some thick plumes are going to be accumulating in the atmosphere, they tell us. Now, during sunrise and sunsets, the low sun angle allows those brilliant yellow and red colors to appear, enhancing the typical colors you would see in the late evening or early morning hours. Then during the day, the sky may appear rather milky as those dust particles remain suspended a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere. So this will not only provide brilliant colors in the sky, but it's also going to block any sort of tropical storm activity development. Dry air has much less moisture and would disrupt and in some cases fully destroy any sort of tropical storm formation. Now, depending on just how much dust arrives, people that have respiratory issues may have to limit their time outdoors. And in many cases, air quality can drop to very uncomfortable, even unhealthy levels in some cases. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Horse feathers out of the box this Friday morning, TGIF.
Morning, Your Honor, if you say so. Oh, not Friday for me. Tomorrow will be Friday, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, at least you're not playing in the rain tonight like you were
No.
24 hours ago.
No. No, what was it? What were we doing? We were singing "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head" or something there last night.
It was a soggy night.
That it was. So anyways, I guess somewhere around dawn, just before the sun comes up, daybreak and all that, there's supposed to be 5 planets that are all supposed to be in alignment or something.
That is true, yes. Visible to the naked eye. Yep.
Yep. So we'll have to figure out which direction to try to peek at that, whether we got to look at the rising sun or to the east or the moon setting in the west or where we're supposed to be looking.
It's gonna be looking toward the east. It's going to be especially just before the sun begins to come up. They'll be the most brilliant on the horizon. I forget which one. There's one planet that's going to be really, really low on the horizon. So if you've got trees or buildings, you probably won't be able to see that lowest one. But yeah, Jupiter and I think Venus. Yeah, they're going to be. They've been very bright for several mornings.
Yeah, and what? Venus and Mercury, Saturn.
Yep.
Is it Mars? Probably Mars would be the other one, I would guess. So, but anyways, yeah. So yeah, we had a major collision with the James Webb Telescope and that asteroid up there.
I don't know if you'd call it a major collision. They do say there was some damage done, and I guess one of those mirrors, however many mirrors they've got, they're going to have to be, I guess, trying to realign the mirrors.
Yeah, so I wonder if that was all calculated into things, or if that wasn't anticipated, and what would happen if that asteroid hit that golden sheet or whatever that they were deploying out there? I mean, they didn't sound like they were, much more than half the thickness or maybe a quarter of the thickness of aluminum foil. So I imagine a micrometeor or whatever, if it collected one of those golden sheets, it'd rip right through there pretty hard.
That's what it hit. It hit. I mean, the mirrors are like they've got that gold plating on them or whatever. That's what it hit. One of those mirrors, and they said they plan for these kind of things. Supposed to be able to withstand anything, like I said, about the size of a grain of sand. But whatever this was a little bit larger. I guess they don't know how big it was, but bigger than what they had planned on seeing an impact from.
Yeah. So anyways, but they said that's in orbit, like 1 million miles away or something. So it's absolutely no way to go repair it. If something happens to it, it's just space junk at that point.
$10 million piece of space, $10 billion, right? 10 billion piece of space junk.
Yeah. So there you are. So anyways, hopefully they get a couple good pictures out of it before it gets slammed into by something else. But anyways, did you see we had another mass shooting? We had a big mass shooting in Maryland.
Yeah, that was top story in the news. I mean, they haven't identified them yet. Have they said anything locally, whether it was a disgruntled employee or what are they saying?
I haven't heard any of the local stuff yet, other than the fact that after he left the business there was a pursuit with a state trooper, and state trooper, I guess, finally did away with him. And I don't know if the state trooper got injured in the pursuit itself or whether he got shot in exchange of gunfire or whatever. But it's just another one to add to the narrative of all the gun control and all that. And I don't know. It's just on. And I got kind of in a debate with a brother-in-law there last night about it. And he's like, well, you just hear so much about them. There's so many of them now. They're in the news every day. And I'm like, yeah, are they in the news every day because the news is covering them every day? Or are they in the news every day because it's different than it was 10, 15 years ago? And I'm to the saying that there's not that many more of them than there ever has been. It's just that the news is just making a whole bunch more noise about them, and they're just bringing them more to light in your social media and all that. Not that they aren't bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to discount them or anything to that, but it's just that I think that there's just getting overplayed. And
years ago, an event where an individual, a disgruntled employee, may go into, say, use your example there in Maryland this past day. I think it's probably going to turn out to be a disgruntled employee. 3 people are shot. It makes your local news. It makes your local newspaper. Most of the country probably never even really hears about it. Yeah, it used to be a big event like Uvalde, Texas, a school shooting. With big events make national news. These things that happen on a daily basis, it's not, like you said, it's not something new. It just gets pounded into our head by the media nationally, hour after hour after hour.
And where should we draw the line on a mass casualty shooting? I mean, is it 3 people like in Maryland now?
Their category is, I believe, four shot. And in this country, the designation supposedly is 4 people shot, 4 or more shot. Not necessarily dead, but a mass shooting is 4 or more people.
Okay. So, anyways, I don't know. As I say, I think the proportion-wise, I think things are getting just as I say, they're just using it as a narrative now in the news, just to have more news and keep this in the headlines a little bit longer. And then you got this guy that came from California to Maryland there to Kavanaugh's house.
Mm-hmm.
What they say in the news there? He was upset about the leak and the way gun control is and the school shooting down in Texas.
He's upset about the school shooting, so he wants to. What an ass!
He brings a gun to a judge and says, "Huh? If you're up, I don't know." As I say, the whole world's just. I think it's past insane now, Your Honor. I think we've gone from crazy, and I was saying insane, and where can we go from here? It's completely off the rails.
I think for some with this, the twisted mentality is. When you're saying you're upset with you want more gun control. So they get in their mind, they're like, well, if I go shoot a bunch of people, that may be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and they'll take the guns away. That's the line of thinking they've got.
Oh, apparently. So, I don't know. It's kind of like the murder-suicides. It's like, well, can you do the suicide first part before the murder part?
Right.
So that, we can just get it over with and go on. I don't know.
Don't ruin other people's life because you're miserable, right? Yeah, take it. Take your. Yeah, the update out of. Let me start because we got the updates on both of those stories. The gunman that opened fire. It's a manufacturing facility there in northern Maryland. 3 dead, and let's see, killing at least 3, critically wounding a 4th, which makes it officially a mass shooting. Before the suspect was taken into custody. The suspect, not immediately identified, was wounded in the exchange of gunfire with a Maryland state trooper. According to the Washington County Sheriff's spokesperson, both the suspect and the trooper were taken to a hospital for treatment of gunshot wounds. So it was indeed the exchange of gunfire there. No longer an active threat to the community, they said at the time. And it started at a plant operated by Columbia Machine in Smithburg, Maryland, near the Pennsylvania state line. The Columbia Machine spokesperson said the company is cooperating with authorities in the probe, declined any additional comment. But this particular Columbia Machine supplies concrete manufacturing equipment to customers in over 100 countries. So a global supplier of concrete manufacturing equipment. Baltimore office of the BATF and the FBI are sending agents to the scene this past day. As far as the James Webb Telescope goes, though, yes, damaged by a small space rock hurtling through the solar system. NASA made the announcement Wednesday, saying the collision with the telescope occurred sometime between May 23rd and 25th, adding that micrometeoroid strikes like this are unavoidable in space. The dust-sized micrometeoroid hit one of the most crucial pieces of the telescope, though, one of those 18 gold-plated mirrors that gather light from the depths of the universe and reflect that light toward an instrument that collects the light. We always knew the Webb would have to weather this sort of space environment, according to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Now, despite the dinged mirror, scientists say the telescope can still operate at full capacity. We designed and built the Webb with performance margin, optical, thermal, electrical, mechanical, to ensure it can perform its mission even after many years in space. The initial assessment found the performance of the instruments still exceeds all the mission requirements, even with this piece of cosmetic damage, they're saying. Flight teams here on Earth have the ability to maneuver Webb to protect crucial instruments from well-known streams of debris, like a meteor shower. But that wasn't the case here. The most recent hit was not a result of a meteor shower and is currently considered an unavoidable chance event. These things just happen. Now, scientists say the impact shouldn't change the operation schedule, with the first full-color images from the Webb scheduled to be released on July the 12th. Those highly anticipated images expected to be better than the test photo that they had captured back in March, which was a photo of a star that was 2,000 light years away from the Earth. That's when they were just calibrating the mirrors. It doesn't sound like it's anything catastrophic, but all right, quick 2-minute timeout. Clear lines on a Friday at 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. And again, clear lines on a Friday. Trying to keep an eye on Eldora. All right, they got the race underway. Hell, it was right about 12:30. Had to go through the whole driver introductions and all that. They're down to 41 laps to go. I don't believe they've had a caution yet. Believe it or not. I mean, they're clicking off these laps. Currently, with 40 laps to go, Jonathan Davenport leads the race. Number 39, McCready, close on the heels of Davenport. So I look back through the field. This is my old pal, Dale McDowell, who was one of the last cars to make it into the field, started 22nd. He's made his way up to number 11th in the field. These kind of situations, you need, some of these guys need a caution. They need a caution to gather things back up. But, I mean, they are clicking them off one after another. Somebody, in fairly short order, is going to be $1 million richer. They're at Eldora Speedway. All right, rolling toward news update, top of the hour. And more of your calls. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. I'd say this guy can, don't hold your breath that it's going to go anywhere. But how many of you have expressed your frustrations with the hours of service regulations, especially now with the electronic logging devices? Truck driver with 30 years of experience has applied for an exemption from the hours of service rules. Filed on Wednesday morning of this week, Leland Schmidt Jr. is an owner-operator leased to D&E Transport out of Clearwater, Minnesota. He said, I've been driving for 30 years. He's requesting a 5-year exemption from the 10 consecutive hours off-duty requirement, the 14 hours driving window, the 30-minute break period, and the 60 hours in 7 days or the 70 hours in 8 days. Pretty much wants to be excluded from the hours of service regulations. He files the request on the grounds that the mandatory 10 hours off-duty break does not fit with his natural sleep patterns of 5 to 7 hours a night. So they've actually opened a 30-day comment period for those that want to make comment on this request. If you're interested, you can make comments. Obviously, it's going to be the regulations.gov website, I believe, but I don't see a docket number here. But you can make comments through July the 11th. Okay. Good luck with that one. Obviously, the FMCSA knows that if you give an exemption to one driver, well, everybody can then ask for an exemption, right? I guess it's a shot in the dark. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
French President Emmanuel Macron says his country will remain mobilized to meet Ukraine's needs, including heavy weapons. This was all during a call with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. All the while, Ukraine troops continue to battle for a key eastern city who is now mostly controlled by Russian forces. Maryland authorities have arrested a man armed with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The Justice Department has charged the 26-year-old man with attempting or threatening to kidnap or murder a U.S. judge. The man, who traveled from California, called emergency authorities saying he was having suicidal thoughts and had a firearm in his suitcase. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The first public hearing of the House committee investigating the January 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol will include substantial new material that has not been seen publicly, according to aides to the committee. The hearing marks the first time that the committee will share its findings with the public after nearly a year of investigating, with hundreds of witness interviews and thousands of pages of documents received. And there might be a TV show coming in addition.
Aides to the January 6 Commission are leaking to reporters the January 6 Committee's made-for-TV show and what it will feature. Ohio Republican Representative Jim Jordan says this will be a one-sided attack on President Trump without any true Republican representation.
We know what their goal is. Their goal is to get rid of the Electoral College and stop President Trump from running for office in 2024.
From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Hi, I'm Wayne on the Root. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Health officials continue to investigate a second presumed case of monkeypox that was identified in Los Angeles County. The newest patient was described only as an adult who had recently traveled. The person is showing symptoms but is doing well and isolating away from others, according to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. According to the CDC, there have been 40 nationally confirmed monkeypox cases. They have stressed the risk of infection in the general population remains low. The U.S. Department of Energy says keep a flashlight handy and maybe an icebox. This is advice they're giving Americans for this summer as power outages loom. Many experts agree that the U.S. grid is not ready for the increased demand for electricity coming with air conditioning units. Parts of the country like the Midwest, California, and Texas are bracing for blackouts, brownouts, and power shortages as temperatures rise. Even the areas that are not so much at risk for power shortages should be precautious for prices increasing. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Number 2 here on a Friday morning. Keeping an eye on the $1 million to win at Eldora, otherwise known as the Eldora Million. From the drop of the green flag, a 101 lap main event. And they got down to 18 laps before caution came out. That's where they stand at this point. First caution of the night. So an opportunity, everything regroups, everybody gets back close together. Things could change. Things could change. Jonathan Davenport continues to lead. Again, with 18 laps to go. Yeah, I guess they'll be going back to green in short order. Hey, who else checking in this morning? Buckeye Boy is on board. Checking in from Cumming, Georgia. A very pleasant night, 69 degrees. Speaking of the January 6th, I am adamantly opposed to what happened on January 6th. But the events that took place then could have been prevented by the Democratic leaders and both the Sergeant of Arms of the House and Senate had they accepted the National Guard troops that were offered and authorized by then President Trump 3 days prior. We know all that, yep. But that'll never be brought up on the air. There's no rebuttal allowed by this dog and pony production being rammed down our throats by this sham January 6th committee. I bet the TV ratings are lower than the Oscars. I wouldn't doubt. Have a great night and a better weekend, and everybody, be careful out there. Let's see. Jan says, Condé Nast Traveler magazine votes Greenville, South Carolina is the number 5 best small city in the USA. Well, congratulations to Greenville, South Carolina. Top 5, huh? Morning, Steve. Charles checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. So, partly cloudy, 100% chance of rain. Set listening to you. Keeping America awake. A little skullbuster and weekend full of grandkids activities. Basketball, 7-on-7 football before back to Montana and Wyoming and back to Texas. Everybody stay safe. Greasy side down, sunny side up. There you go. Well, enjoy your weekend with the grandkids there. Sporting activities. Hired gun on board from Kingston, Georgia, USA, the most historic town east of the Mississippi that nobody's ever heard of. I've heard of Kingston, Georgia, never been to Kingston, but all right, good to have you with us, Hired Gun. Hey, Bourbon Street Gary checks in this Friday morning. Morning, Steve, just starting my run. I'll be listening in all night long. Have a good weekend. Well, if you get a chance, Gary, give us a ring. We haven't heard from you in a long time there. Hope all's going well with you and Becky. Dean says, I listened to the podcast today of last night's show, and the word I think Pappy was trying to remember was gerrymandering. Dean, I bet you're right. That's probably the one, gerrymandering. Yep. Richard on board, morning from Central Florida with 75 degrees. I slept through my alarm clock, but now I'm here. I'm on board. All right, a little better late than never. Richard, you actually set your alarm clock to get up and join us each night. Tim's on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Yesterday, on my way to the Blue Oval plant in Sharonville, I passed one of those Waymo autonomous semis on I-75. How long have these trucks been in Ohio? Good question, Tim. I was not familiar, especially along I-75. I didn't know they were running here. I mean, I know they're testing in Arizona, Texas. They've been testing in, I guess, a handful of states. I was not aware. Maybe somebody can give us a heads up on that. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Morning to the Eskimo Mom. Back at it, moving some freight. Happy Friday. Yep.
Yes. Happy Friday to you too. Yep, we're still moving freight. We only were shut down just long enough for until the storm warnings passed and everything, and we started moving freight right after that. And it's just everything's all a little discombobulated right now with trying to assess the storm damage, and then with Meyer is moving. We have a damaged warehouse, and that damaged warehouse, all the freight that's salvageable, is going to be moved into a different warehouse. So we'll be loading trucks out of one of our other warehouses there on the complex. So it's just going to take a couple of days for us to get everything all resituated, but we're going to get back to our regular routine eventually.
I'm assuming with that section of the warehouse that got taken out, that obviously you had some heavy rain. Was there a lot of water damage to product down at that end of the building? Do you know?
I have no clue on that one. All I know is I was coming by that warehouse tonight to go pick up my trailer, and we actually have a couple of doors on that particular warehouse that are blown, look like they're blown out or damaged.
Okay.
And they're not closed up, and they're not in their racks, or they're not on their racks anymore.
Fair enough. Well, appreciate the update, Eskimo Mom. Everything else clear out there. Beautiful night to be moving freight, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. I can't really complain. And the one gentleman about the Waymo is that I haven't seen any of the Waymos yet, but I know here not too long ago, over there on 33 between, I think, East Liberty or Marysville, one of the two places in Dublin, that Honda was investing into putting in like some sort of sensors and things like that for their autonomous trucks.
Okay.
To help them run between those two points.
All right. Well, thank you for the update, Eskimo Mom. Have a safe night out there. Safe travels, and I guess this isn't your Friday, is it? You're not your weekends.
It is my hump day.
Hump day. Oh boy. Oh, she's only.
Because I start on a Tuesday. My schedule has me off on Sunday nights and Monday nights. So and I go in Tuesday night and work until Saturday night.
Gotcha.
Saturday night, Sunday morning.
So when we're wrapping up our weekend, you're ready for getting your weekend started. Well, thank you for checking in, Eskimo Mom. There, always moving. Got you coming up. Let's get our quick 2-minute timeout, and maybe we'll have an answer to the $1 million question when we come back. Here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, plenty of room for you. Quiet on the phones as we start things this Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, update on the heat wave we'll watch. That's going to last for days there in the southwestern USA. Headed into the weekend here, forecasters say the pattern may actually set dozens of daily new records. Temperatures going to be the highest we've seen so far this year. Of course, we're counting down the days. First day of summer is 10, 11 days away, right? Yeah, Phoenix, you may be approaching the 115-degree mark. Heat advisories and excessive heat watches and warnings stretch currently from southeastern California through southern Nevada to central Arizona. Ahead of the building heat, which includes Las Vegas, Phoenix, Palm Springs. Phoenix has already hit the 110-degree mark Wednesday afternoon. Now, although these temperature departures may not seem all that extreme, I mean, we're only talking 5, maybe 10 degrees above normal. I mean, typically, then the desert Southwest would already be in the upper 90s to in excess of 100 degrees at this time of the year. All this means is temperatures are going to be more like in the 110, the 1-teen range, which is dangerous heat levels. And the prolonged nature of these temperatures in excess of 100 degrees is going to put a lot of physical and financial strain on the residents there. Energy demand continues to climb as people rely on the air conditioning. This heat in response to the big northward bulge in the jet stream. Now, with this particular heat surge, forecasters expect dozens of daily record highs to be challenged, including maybe some long-standing records that extend all the way back to the early 1900s. Now, while Phoenix indeed has their first 110-degree day under their belt, several more of those days are going to be coming your way in succession. You may see 3 consecutive days, today through Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with highs in the middle 110, so close to 115. Saturday, if you hit 114, you'll actually break the old record since 1918 there. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Back things down here and get to always moving. Happy Friday. Good morning.
Happy Friday to you, too. It is a beautiful night from central Ohio heading southwest, reporting in from I-71 southbound. The sky has giant white puffy clouds, assorted sizes of puffy clouds. So the sky itself is dark blue, and then you have this quarter of a moon showing, a little over a quarter of a moon showing, which is, people would call it a half moon, but it's really only a quarter. And with the clouds passing over it, they're outlined in white. They're dark in the center. The sky is a pretty blue, and it's really making for a beautiful picture in the sky as you're driving along. It's really, really pretty. So there's the weather report. And the temperature outside was gorgeous when I walked out. It was beautiful. Have a lot of variety of topics to just sort of throw out there. Food for thought. I saw an article online yesterday or the night before, I guess it was yesterday, where apparently Joe Biden was on Jimmy Kimmel. And when Jimmy Kimmel had a prearranged comment about gun control, and he said, so why don't you just write an executive order? Because President Trump handed them out like candy to make the changes for the gun control. And Joe Biden went on a bit about how he wasn't going to do an executive order because he wasn't going to emulate President Trump's overuse of executive orders. Today, I am looking online, and there's a comment that Joe Biden is considering an executive order if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Gosh darn, isn't that funny how that happened?
Amazing.
So there's that topic. Yeah, I like that one. I'm like, they need to go back and look at what he said on Jimmy Kimmel. He doesn't want to use executive orders. Maybe he doesn't remember what executive orders are from day to day. I don't know. It could be he just doesn't remember what he said on Jimmy Kimmel. That's probably more like it. Was thinking, I don't know, popped in my head tonight about, I used to watch I didn't watch it when it was on TV, but I got the videos afterwards of the TV show Sex and the City. And on there, one of the characters winds up marrying a man. She's very, very Christian, and he's very Jewish. They get married, and she converts to being of the Jewish religion. And this is absolutely just off the top of my head. I have known other people that have converted from Christianity to Judaism because of a marriage, but I've never heard of a Jewish person converting to Christianity because of a marriage. And I just wondered, I don't know, I was doing something tonight that was, my brain was out there in left field, and I thought, I wonder why that is. So if anybody knows, that would be interesting. Yeah, I have not a clue why, but I just, was thinking about that. And, where's the rest of my brain going? I've lost thought because, I'm old now. Yeah, I really am. So I was going to talk a little bit about rejection. I had tried online dating for many years, never had any success at it in any way, shape, or form. And so I'd been off of it because I was talking to a friend, and I said, that's kind of like setting myself up for abuse. And, I got tired of the rejection. I got tired of, why am I putting myself out there? So it's been a long, long time. Hadn't considered anything. A couple months ago, I'm talking to a male friend, similar age at work, and he was all, come on, you can do it, blah, blah, blah. So I put myself out there again, and I had one person that we connected online, had a wonderful, wonderful conversation with them. He actually stayed with me for 3.5 hours while I was driving around decorating graves. He stayed with me through 3 different cemeteries.
Wow.
Just hit it off like crazy. Oh, yeah, wonderful. And a very nice man. And I'm going to emphasize, a very nice man. And so we met in person the other day for the first time, and set myself up for rejection again. And I just, I walk away from that and I think, wow, I'm like a masochist. I don't know. It's like, what's the definition of insanity? Is doing the same thing over and over again and trying to think you're going to get a different result. Yeah. And I tell you, for anyone that hasn't tried dating at an older age, it is absolutely one of the hardest things in the world to do, at least for me. And I think it's awkward. It's not at all like when you're younger. And I have no problem meeting anybody. I am the friendliest person. I can walk up on the street and make friends with anybody. I can sit and chat to a perfect stranger for hours on end. I got no problem with that. But man, I went in no expectations, but I had such a good phone call. And it's sad. It's the rejection that is so sad when, then you go, wow, did that to myself again. So I've been mulling that over in my head all week. It's just one of those things, but I'll get over it. And I'll live. I'm quite the little survivor for everything. But I think too, over time, when you're single for so long, you change, you adapt to that. That becomes your normal lifestyle. We evolve, we change. And I don't know, I've been through so many changes in my life, and I don't know whether people just I don't know. I'm just out there. My brain's just been all over the place this week. A lot of self-reflecting, self-analyzing. And, when you go out, put yourself out there like that, you go back and then you're like, okay, where did I lose him? Was it this? Was it that? Did I say something wrong? Was it that I didn't do something? Was it, it's that analyzing and beating it to death, and then you're never going to know the answer because you're never going to hear from them again. So anyway, that's all. So I'm just throwing that out there for people to chew on. It's better off to just stay single and enjoy it. That's all.
Okay. So, all right. Well, always moving. It's thanks for sharing. It's interesting. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, at the time that my husband passed away, I was, 44. And I remember, at the driving home from the hospital and saying, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. And I thought of all of my friends that were in relationships, and I kept thinking, oh my God, I don't want anybody to go through this. And those poor people, eventually their mates are going to die. Mm-hmm. And they're going to go through this. And it's just absolutely awful to go through that. And so now it's been 18 and a half years. It'll be 19 years. And that he had passed away. And so you think of how you evolved for 20 years of being married, and now you spend just as much time single. Yeah, I mean, it's different. And when you come with, I now have 40 some years of adult life experience. You're in a whole nother financial situation. You're in a whole nother everything. It's a very, very tough act, a tough way to try to do anything. It's just, I don't know. Instead of Sex in the City, they ought to do like older people single. How difficult is it? It's awful. It's just absolutely awful. And yet at the same token, you go home and you think, wow, I don't know. I mean, it's just, and I'm sure other single people realize it, but I'm just telling the married couples that are out there, be very, very thankful that you have a partner that you love, that you've got someone, appreciate them, because when it's gone, it is just awful. It is just awful. So you can see little gray clouds in my head right now, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a downer for anyone. God let me wake up today. I'm fabulous. God got me through this day. I'm amazing. I am very, very blessed in so many ways, but I just set myself up for rejection again, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that again. So anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. I am going to be making decorated sugar cookies for a graduation party all day Friday. I'm so excited. Did a lot of studying for it for a friend, and going to be busy doing that all day Friday. So that's my next creative adventure and my thing for that. So everyone have a good weekend, and we will be talking to you later.
Enjoy your baking Friday there. Sounds like fun, right? Maybe, I don't know. Is it an all-day affair, right? All right. Thank you so much. Always moving. Appreciate you checking in. And we're up to news break. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
French President Emmanuel Macron says his country will remain mobilized to meet Ukraine's needs, including heavy weapons. This was all during a call with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. All the while, Ukraine troops continue to battle for a key eastern city who is now mostly controlled by Russian forces. Maryland authorities have arrested a man armed with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The Justice Department has charged the 26-year-old man with attempting or threatening to kidnap or murder a U.S. judge. The man, who traveled from California, called emergency authorities saying he was having suicidal thoughts and had a firearm in his suitcase. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, big shout out. They've wrapped it up in Eldora to Jonathan Davenport about 10 minutes ago. $1 million richer on the dirt track at Eldora. How about that? Davenport, I guess he pretty much led from start to finish. Had a real challenge. Guy by the name of Madden, number 44 at the very end there, last final couple of laps. But Davenport holds on for the win. Dale McDowell, how about Dale? Starting 22nd. My guy makes it sixth by the end of the race there. So they got two more big days of racing. Another, kind of reset the schedule later today. And full Friday and Saturday series. Saturday night's main event, another $128,000 to win. That's the Eldora Dream, as they call it. So kind of Dream Week all combined with the Eldora Million. But Jonathan Davenport, how about that? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Norman checks in this morning from north central Kansas, hauling scrap. He's out there trucking tonight. And safe travels. Pappy's on board. There he is. Gerrymandering. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, the big shot attorneys say jury nullification. Yeah, no matter what the evidence shows, one way or the other, the jury renders. All right, so very good. That's pretty much what we're looking at with the January 6th commission, right? No matter what the evidence shows, it's all predetermined outcome. All right, morning to Wheelchair Dave. I know he's on board. Good to have you with us there. He wanted to keep us updated on the Eldora Million there tonight. Shorty sends me a photo from the pilot truck stop there in Troutman, North Carolina, as we continue to watch our prices at the pump. Showing $6.05 on the diesel, $4.59 for gasoline, regular unleaded there. Prices in North Carolina. Yes, and indeed, if you missed it, we set a new daily record. We have surpassed the $5 per gallon national average mark this past day. Where does it go? Where will we be by the time we get to Monday? All right, that's another part of the discussion with the trucking associations, the Texas Trucking Association, America, matter of fact. The Texas Trucking Association and owner-operators themselves warning Texans about the possibility of empty shelves as fuel prices continue to rise, pricing shippers and owner-operators out of loads. According to the president of the Texas Trucking Association, John Esparza, these days, fuel and tires, it's getting up there. If not getting more expensive for trucking companies. If you're an independent operator, imagine, having the greatest expenses, not yourself in terms of what you need to make a living. It's all coming out of your profits. If you make $3,000, well, nowadays you got to know 700 of that's coming out of your profit. When I first started trucking, diesel was 99 cents a gallon, he says. These customers, they want to pay you the same amount they paid you, say, 6 or 7 months ago. You can't. They can't do it. And me, I'll just park my truck first. With the cost of fuel continuously rising, these days drivers have no way to know how much it's going to cost you to get yourself home. Now, Esparza says that between the industry's attempt to deal with a so-called driver shortage, supply chain issues, and the cost of fuel now, trucking conditions may not even begin to improve until next year. And at the end of the day, what that means to you and me and your audience, as he was speaking with KHOU there in Houston, Texas, is that it's going to cost more for everything we need, whether it's the groceries, whether it's the retail facility, anything that's delivered to you at your doorstep. It's going to cost you more. All right. It is 844-844-3388. That's our number this Friday morning. What do you say, Grump?
Hey, man, what do you think of all this insurrection crap going on here? Are you sick of listening to that already? I am.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to tune into any of it. I know it's like Pappy said, it's all predetermined. It's a dog and pony show. I mean, Liz Cheney. I mean, I didn't watch, but I pulled up the reports. I guess in her opening remarks, she pretty much came right out and just literally lied right there at the beginning of the first night.
Yeah, you know what got me about her opening statement there? I listened to a little bit of it, and she was talking about the threat of losing our democracy or losing our Constitution. What the hell is that idiot talking about? First of all, everybody that they charged with insurrection right now, they suspended their right to counsel. They suspended their constitutional rights of due process. You know, how can you do that? They're still sovereign citizens on the United States sovereign soil. They don't give up their rights because somebody calls it an insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection. I mean, it just makes you sick to listen to that. And then I was kind of flipping around on the news channels and stuff, and some idiot over there, you know, was talking about the Supreme Court on one of these other stupid, you know, channels. He was talking about the Supreme Court, and he's supposed to be their law review guy over there, and he's like, wow, you know, they're talking about now, you know, doing away with Roe v. Wade, and they're crying because of Kavanaugh's getting protesters in front of the House, you know, this kind of thing. He's given his best legal spin, and he said, you know, I don't think it's possible anyway that they can just up and do away with something that's already precedence, you know, like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, you freaking idiot. You know, here I am, a dumb truck driver, and I know they've done away with, they've changed their mind on 236 different cases, different times, where they have ruled on something and went back over and re-ruled on it and changed the outcome of it. 236 times in 233 years that the Supreme Court has been in existence. And this moron is supposed to be some law scholar, and he's like, I don't think they can do that. I'm like, my God. Man, it just, who are they hiring? I mean, you know, this whole thing, if the news people would just be honest and pick up a freaking history book once in a while, or at least be honest with the American people and report the news instead of trying to make the news, you know, this country would be a whole lot better. But I started listening tonight, and I listened to Nancy Pelosi's little spill, and I would love to see somebody step up and say, hey, you know, where's the mugshot of your husband and his drunk driving charge? You know, how come they took that off? And all the video footage, it just miraculously got lost.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you that nothing will ever be said about Paul Pelosi and his drunk driving charge. He'll never go to court over it or anything else. There'll be some technicality where he will be released. And it just, these rules for thee, but, you know, or for me, but not for thee, or whatever. It seems like now, Steve, it's just happening more and more and more. And I don't know what the hell would stop it other than term limits, I guess. Take away the power. I mean, you look at the Democrat Party right now, and there's Republicans in there I can't stand too. I can't stand Mitch McConnell. You know, I think he's, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a couple of times, you know, like where he's done a decent job, but for the most part, he's an idiot. You know, Lindsey Graham, I wish that piece of crap would go back to South Carolina and we'd never hear his warmongering ass again. You know, there's a whole bunch of them that just, you know, when it comes time for the rubber to meet the road, the Republicans will step up and they'll go, well, you know, we got to be the better people and not call them out on this. We got to just tell them, you know, tell the American people what we're going to do, you know, and it backfires on them every damn time. They have got every ample opportunity right now to capitalize on everything Joe Biden has done, and they don't do it. You know, they just don't do it. It just, you wonder if there's ever going to be a party that is for the people, you know, a constitutional party or something like that. I know there'll never be any that gets any credence. The closest we ever come was Ross Perot, you know, when he ran as an independent, and he got 17.9% of the vote. You know, that was the most that anybody's ever gotten, you know, as an independent. And
right.
It just, man, I don't know, buddy. You know, it's you know, I raised my hand several times, many times, to, you know, to when I reenlisted. Every time I reenlisted in the military, it was, you know, you go through the ceremony, you raise your hand, and you know, to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. The congressional members take the same oath of office. Do they do it? Hell no. You know, that's the first thing they do. They talk about, you know, democracy. You know, they throw that word around like it's, you know, like they're the ones that are creating democracy. You know, how many of them has ever bled for this country? None of them. You know, if they have, it'd be somebody like Jerry Nadler's, you know, got a splinter in his fat ass, scooting across, you know, a cafeteria bench or something, you know, and they'd probably pin a Purple Heart on him. But it's, you know, I can't understand why that people can't see what's going wrong with this country. It's this drunk on power bunch of crap that these idiots that are in Congress right now, and I don't give a damn whether they put a D or an R beside their name. You know, it's that group of people that forgot a long time ago about we the people. And all they worry about is, you know, me, my ass pocket, my billfold, you know, my wallet, my bank account. Joe Biden's a prime example of that. You know, anybody else, their kid would have been in prison and you know, everything, you know, but not him. You know, here, you know, they don't even want to look at the things that idiot's done. So it's, you know, where do we go? You know, it's just, I'm going to continue to vote right now. I'm not going to vote for any kind of I guess incumbent, you know, if I think for a second that, you know, they're not doing what they need to do for we the people, you know, like in my state, you know, got Josh Hawley, you know, Hawley's doing a hell of a job. You know, he's fighting back every day and calling him out. I think he'd be a hell of a good president. But it's, you know, it just, it's like every time you turn around, they're slapping the American people in the face. You know, look at this caravan that's coming up right now. You know, why is it that these border states are bitching about, you know, well, we got all these, you know, these illegals that are coming in, you know, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? You know, well, you know, they started doing container checks, you know, and truck checks in Texas, you know, outside the international zone there. They started stopping them and checking them, and that pissed Mexico off. They said, well, we'll do a better job of controlling these migrants coming up through here. Well, that lasted long enough for, you know, Texas to stop it, you know, and then they're right back to the way they were. You know, I don't know why in the hell these border states, you know, right now the sheriffs that's in those border states that's on the border doesn't just deputize anybody that wants to be deputized, as if nothing more as transporters to, you know, to free up people, you know, with their regular officers so they can haul their ass to jail. You know, I want to see when somebody crosses the border, you process them and you turn them around and you send their ass right back across. Let them, you know, or just, you know, let's throw a bunch of alligators in the damn Rio Grande, see how that lands.
Right.
But it's, you know, man, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. It's just like every day I wake up and it's a new America. It's not something that, you know, we read about in the history books where it's a dream, you know, where people, you know, this is a great experiment. No, it's not. You know, it's this drunk on power crap that comes out of Washington, D.C. that just writes regulations as they see fit. And these idiots, and well, look at this nut that, you know, that senator that was in her little electric car. Well, I just went by all the gas stations and I didn't have to stop, you know, and you know, I just looked at the signs and kept on going, you know, and stuff. I bought my electric car. I finally had enough money to buy my electric car. Spent $200,000 on a damn Tesla or something like that, and she's up there thinking that the poorest of Americans can do that. Is that broad too damn stupid to realize that she is doing nothing but patronizing people. The poorest of people, that's out here today that can't even afford to go to freaking work. It just blows my mind, man, how everything is turning on this country. And it just, I don't know. And they was talking about Joe Biden. Well, hell, we've had 5 refineries shut down since Biden come in. That's still shuttered, hadn't opened back up. And we're running about 78% of capacity, because of the last storms and things like that. They're working right now. So it's not if they got these damn refineries opened up and Biden got off his AOC Green New Deal kind of thing, and stuff, and opened his eyes, which he'll never do, because he's going to jet around. He's going to be driven around. Their motorcade's got 52 cars in it, going down the damn road, but yet he's going to preach to us. He's going to lecture us about conservative on fuel. And here, the beast is getting, 2.5, 3 miles per gallon because of all the damn armament on that thing. They won't even declassify how much that sucker weighs, just for IED purposes. But yet, Biden's going to give us all a lecture on how we need to conserve fuel and everything like that. His ass out here flying around like a bunch of idiots. And how much fuel are we putting in these buses to haul all these damn illegals everywhere? It just blows my mind that, people just dust that off, stuff like, oh, well, these poor people, they got to go somewhere. No, they don't. I don't care if every damn one of them drowned in the Rio Grande, from the oldest to the youngest. I just got this problem, Steve, where I believe that before you come up here screwing up our country, why don't you try to fix your own?
Or get in line with everyone as the legal process. There is a way to come here legally. Get in line, fill out your paperwork, get your shots, whatever you got to do, pay the fees, and come to America to become an American, not to come to transform us to what your country was.
Absolutely. And now I just heard on the news tonight that they're passing out cash cards at the border. They won't tell you how much, how much they disclose on those, but they're passing out cash cards, so they'll have some kind of living expenses. They'll be able to pay some kind of living expenses. Are they handing out cash cards to our elderly that need medicines? Are they handing out cash cards to the poorest of these people over the damn fuel prices that they've created in this economic mess? So that they can put some gas in their damn car to get to work? Hell no, they're not. They're over there boasting, well, we got 3.6 unemployment. All right, how many people's dropped out of the unemployment rolls that just gave up looking for a job because somebody's standing there handing them cash? It just makes me sick, man, how this, we've coddled this bunch of damn laziness, and we've created this culture of people that wants to sit on their ass, play video games, and when the whistle blows, they get off their ass and they go protest for some reason that makes absolutely no sense. They talk about this insurrection, and the definition of an insurrection is people against the government, pretty much armed insurrection against the government. Doing harm to the government. Well, was it an insurrection when they was out in Portland and they destroyed the damn federal buildings out there? You damn right it was, because it's government property. But did they call it that? No, they said it was a summer of love. I tell you what, man, Democrats, I wouldn't vote for another one of them crazy bastards for all of them. That's just the way it is right now. They're idiots. They're going to ruin this damn country. And the people that are sitting there checking that box for the big D, thinking that they're going to get something out of it. They are. They're getting something out of it. They're too damn stupid to realize. They're getting screwed is exactly what they're doing. They don't care about them. But what they care about is that new voter that's coming in that they can take by the hand and lead through life, and it's these idiots that are crossing the damn border down south. It just, people are going to have to wake up. If I got one of these days, they're going to turn the TV on, and it's going to be, we're going to be that third world country we read about. That little crap hole country that Trump was talking about. That's where we're headed. If it don't straighten up.
One step at a time. Anyway, we're heading that way, Grump. One day at a time. All right, here you go. Here's a good example. How are these prices at the pump going to be impacting you? Maybe even your safety. We have a police department in Michigan that is going to limit service calls because of the record high gas prices that has depleted their fuel budget. The Isabella County Sheriff's Office posted a statement earlier this week explaining we're feeling the pain at the pump as well. We have exhausted what funds were budgeted for fuel with several months to go before the budget reset. Due to the budget depletion, Sheriff Michael Maine has ordered his deputies to begin responding to certain calls via telephone. Only calls that do not require an in-person response will be fielded with a phone call. Yeah, this is Officer Jones. What can we do for you? I have instructed the deputies to attempt to manage whatever calls are acceptable over the phone. And now, these would be non-in-progress calls, non-life-threatening calls, and calls that would not require evidence collection or documentation. We will continue to provide patrols to areas of the county. They will respond to those calls that need to be managed in person. Any call that's in progress with active suspects will get a response by deputies. I want to assure our community safety is still our primary goal. WNEM-TV says the department will have exceeded their fuel budget by as much as $50,000 when the fiscal year ends on September 30th. No matter how high gas prices become, Isabella County emphasized their responsibility to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. But as of this past day, the average price for a gallon in Michigan is $5.21, almost 25 cents above the national average. In Isabella County there with this department, average cost running $5.19 per gallon. The Detroit Free Press says the price of gas they believe is impacting Michigan more than any state. Average price per gallon of gas has increased nearly $0.50 in just the past week there. Even worse, the average price has jumped more than $2 compared to just 1 year ago. That's in the state of Michigan. All right, we get our news update, top of the hour. Clear lines, wide open on a Friday morning. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol attack held its first primetime hearing, detailing the findings of the panel's investigation and playing new video from closed-door depositions of members of former President Donald Trump's team and depicting the violence at the Capitol.
In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution.
That was Representative Liz Cheney. The hearings will continue. The head of the schools in the Texas town of Uvalde is addressing concerns following the recent mass shooting at a local elementary school. Paul Harrell says the fate of Robb Elementary is unclear. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Inflation is high in the UK.
Inflation in the UK is the highest it's been since the early 1990s. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says their recovery from the pandemic has been hindered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He says that energy and grain prices are expected to remain high in the short term, but adds that the UK and other allies cannot abandon support for Ukraine.
Never mind that abandoning the Ukrainians would be morally repugnant, since they are the victims and they have an absolute right to defend a free and independent country. We are simply not in a position to tell them what to do.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. will be phasing out sales of plastic water bottles and other single-use products at national parks and other public lands. This is supposedly a major move to reduce pollution across the country. The change would take place by 2032. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A baby who has been missing since her parents were found murdered in a wooded area in Houston in 1981 has been found. Holly Claus is alive and well and now 42, according to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
I'm excited to announce that baby Holly has been located alive and well 42 years later. This investigation highlights the hard work and collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies working together across the country and demonstrates the importance of continuing to investigate cold cases both in Texas and in the United States.
Claus, who was a year old when her parents' bodies were found, weren't identified until 2021. She will be reuniting with her siblings formally in person very soon. The PGA Tour has told all its players that any participants in the Saudi-funded LIV Golf Series will be suspended. This came as the inaugural LIV Golf competition was underway in London. Among those subject to the suspension are Phil Mickelson, who reportedly signed a $200 million deal to play in the LIV Series, and 2020 Masters winner Dustin Johnson. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On a Friday gets up for the weekend. Hope you've had a good week thus far. Our number 844-844-3388, and we've got clear lines. So jump on board. Yeah, as Grump was talking about the January 6th, the insurrection. They got good old Liz Cheney, right? Yeah, one of the two, quote, Republicans, because this is supposed to be a bipartisan committee, right? In her opening remarks, Liz Cheney claims that then President Trump did not condemn the attack, but he in fact did in a video that Twitter quickly blocked, along with an Oval Office address a week after. Cheney also used Trump's words of love in the air as the committee showed protesters breaching the Capitol building. Yeah, but those words were taken out of context because they were made about the Stop the Steal rally and not aimed at those breaching the Capitol during that joint session of Congress. All right, here's a contemporary report on Trump condemning the attack on the Capitol, published on January 6th, on the day it was occurring. Trump urges peace. Protesters to, quote, go home. I know your pain, I know you're hurt, Trump said, to begin a 62-second video on Twitter from what appeared to be the Rose Garden at the White House. He said, we had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. Twitter took the video down and then locked Trump's account for 12 hours. Now, the video that Twitter first slapped with a warning that it could not be retweeted or liked due to the, quote, risk of violence, followed about an hour after Trump posted a similar message, which said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. That was the first of the two posts. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. He added, I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. Twitter responds by moving to block Trump's account shortly thereafter, censoring his condemnation of violence. Oh, by the way, Trump's Twitter account has never been restored. Trump also condemned the violence in an Oval Office address on January the 13th. He condemned it on the day of. He condemned it from the Oval Office. January 13th, as I have said, the insurrection of the U.S. Capitol struck at the very heart of our republic. It angered and appalled millions of Americans across the political spectrum. I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence we saw last week. Now, here's another excerpt from the Newsmax report on Trump's address. In his address, Trump said violence and vandalism never should be included in the movement that he has led. Making America great again has always been about defending the rule of law, supporting the men and women of law enforcement, upholding the nation's most sacred traditions and values. Mob violence goes against everything we believe in and everything our movement stands for. No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag. No true supporter of mine could ever harass their fellow Americans. If you do any of these things, you're not supporting our movement. You're attacking it, and you're attacking our country. We cannot tolerate it. I mean, it's Donald Trump. He said, we've seen political violence spiral out of control during the past year, consumed by the coronavirus pandemic. We've seen too many riots, too many mobs, too many acts of intimidation and destruction. It must stop. Whether you're on the right or the left, a Democrat or Republican, there's never a justification for violence. No excuses, no exceptions. America is a nation of laws. Those who engage in the attacks last week will be brought to justice, he said at the time. Now, Liz Cheney opens up day number one of this January 6th committee, stating that Donald Trump never condemned the attacks. That's an outright lie. And those are the facts. And again, with this not bipartisan committee, that will never have the opportunity to be presented to the rest of the world for whoever's carrying these kangaroo court committee, CNN, MSNBC. I was told that Fox News determined they would not carry this, and apparently the left liberal media went berserk because Fox News actually has the ratings, and they know, nobody's going to see it if Fox News doesn't carry it. But I digress. It is 844-844-3388 this quiet Friday morning. What do you say, Wheelchair Dave? Anything on your slate this upcoming weekend?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just my regular there. Hey, I want to say thanks for giving us all the updates on El Duro there and that $1 million winner there at Davenport, huh?
Yes, sir. He's out of Georgia. Davenport, I forget what part is somewhere. Where is he? Blairsville, Georgia.
Is he Blairsville?
Yep.
Well, shoot, that's up there north end of the state. It's a state line up there in Tennessee. You're familiar with that area.
Blairsville didn't ring a bell, but I knew he was somewhere in North Georgia. When I used to go to North Georgia Speedway, one of the guys, I think his name was Dave Davenport. I wonder if Jonathan's any relation. Davenport was actually one of the two guys that ran North Georgia Speedway there in
might be. And I tell you, your buddy there, McDowell, finishing sixth. That's not too bad out of 125 entries there, is it?
I mean, to sneak his way in, like I said, I caught the last 7 laps of I guess they called it the B main, and only the top 2 finishers in that, the last chance to make the field. So he started 22nd, I guess, in the 24-car field. So start 22nd and come in 6th. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah. I myself, I've never been to El Duro. It's one of the tracks I have not been to, but I sure would like to go there sometime, like you.
Based on what I got to see that track, I mean, even with all the torrential rain they had on Wednesday, that track was in primo condition. The way things looked, of course, they had laid down enough rubber this past day where much of the track was blackened over, so obviously there was good grip, and I think they were clicking off incredible lap times.
Yeah. Moving on to that, I've got a couple questions there for you, Steve, a couple of things that you involve yourself in. So you're the big pyrotechnics guy, on 4th of July. When do you start saving up and planning for all that stuff? Is that coming up or what?
Uh-oh, right? Normally, it's all the last-minute thing, and you look at your budget and say, all right, wait, what can I afford? What can I spend? We kind of went overboard last year. I think it's going to be a much more subdued event now. Now, of course, last year, Double R came into town, and we were all dropping a bunch of cash. We had our friend Jay that came in from the Carolinas. We all had kind of chipped in and my neighbors who also chipped in. When we put it all together, it was a hell of a show last year.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking about that, and I think you all ended up dropping $3,500 or something into that show.
Yeah, it was that or maybe a little more. You're right. Yeah, and I ain't going to have that kind of money this year. No, sir.
Yeah. Then the other thing that's on your slate is you like going up and watching the Warbirds and stuff there at Dayton. When do you normally go to that Dayton Air Show? When is that? What month is that?
No, I think it's boy, that show always It's in the dead of heat, hot. I mean, I think it's in July. Because it's, it's sweltering hot out there, hard to find shade. Of course, there ain't a whole lot of shade in an airport, but.
Yeah. All right, well, everybody have a great morning, and I wish the best there for always moving. Maybe just something spontaneous one day at the grocery store or something there for her. Everybody have a great morning. We'll
Thank
talk
you.
to you later.
Good to hear from you, Wheelchair Dave. Yeah, I looked up this year's Dayton Air Show. I told you it's the dog days of July 30th and 31st this year. And this year, the amazing Blue Angels return in their first Dayton demo, flying the new Super Hornets. Okay, that's the headline, Dayton International Air Show. All right. The company my daughter works for is one of the sponsoring companies, and I haven't even asked her about that a couple of years ago. And now this is going back before the whole COVID pandemic shut everything down, but she was able to get tickets for the big sponsored booth there, where we actually got food, drink. Need to ask her about that because it'll be here before you know it. But good times, yeah. Blue Angels this time around. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. It's I just gave you the number. We'll get a quick 2-minute time out and return this Friday morning on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, thanks to Wheelchair Dave for bringing up the whole air show thing. It's probably been a couple months since I'd been to the website. And last I checked, they said that more performances would be added to the schedule. And man, I was just scrolling through. Obviously, the Blue Angels, that's the highlight. That'll be the last performance of the show. But you got the U.S. Marine Corps C-130, a.k.a. Fat Albert, that will actually kick off the Blue Angels demonstration. That's the Fat Albert, the Blue Angels. They have a U.S. Air Force F-16 Viper demo team this year. All right. The F-16 wheels and brakes that are made by Collins Aerospace, they're in Troy, Ohio, up there in Moose's necks of the woods. The U.S. Air Force F-15C Eagle. Got the U.S. Army Golden Knights that'll be returning this year. The U.S. Air Force C-17 Globemaster III, showing off its incredible size and flying capabilities. Those are pretty cool. And this caught my eye. I see they're bringing back the Tora experience. That's last time my daughter and I got to go, again, like 3 or 4 years ago, it may have been. That to us was one of the primo highlights of the show. And that's kind of reenacting with the old warbirds, the Japanese, and massive explosions out there. It's quite the pyrotechnic show. Yeah, that is really cool. All right. And, of course, you got some of the Kevin Coleman, some of the stunt plane flyers and whatnot, all slated to perform. The Vampire Air Shows. Yeah, the Haviland Vampire, a unique debut appearance at this Dayton Air Show. So another show that we've never had a chance to see before, debuting there. Cool stuff. All right, let me get to the Donut Man this Friday morning. What's happening, Donut Man?
Oh, not too much. Just out here playing truck driver. Just rolling up into Columbus. It's about 60 degrees. Everything's rolling along smooth.
Hey, that air show, that's kind
a lot
of...
better than it was yesterday.
Dayton Air Show's kind of up in your neck of the woods, ain't it? You ever get out to see that?
Yeah. And all the years I've been in Dayton area, Steve, I've never gone to the air show.
Really?
But they used to broadcast it on TV, and I used to watch it because I could sit in my air-conditioned house and not have to deal with the crowd.
Yeah, yep.
But they quit doing that a few years ago. It seems like every time we try to, we always got 15 million different things going, and it's always like the hot. I swear, Steve, they could have that thing in the middle of January, and the weekend they have it, it'll be 90 degrees. It seems like no matter when they do the air show, it's the hottest weekend of the summer. I don't know why. It's just I think they've done them in June, where it's been in the 90s. They've done them in July, it's been in the 90s, and But yeah, this whole sham thing with this so-called January 6th. After everything you read from President Trump, and said, well, he really sounded like he was really stirring the pot and
yeah, he
that insurrection.
Really instigated that, didn't he? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he really instigated it. Yeah, and it's funny how all these people, none of them's been charged with insurrection. Nobody had weapons. The only person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. In my opinion, she was murdered in cold blood. And I thought, another funny thing, too, about liberals, I thought they didn't like police officers. And when a police officer shot and murdered her when she was unarmed, where was the outrage?
Well,
I didn't see any outrage from those jackasses out there running around and things like that. And it's a funny thing, too, Steve, that only 3 sides of the Capitol had Capitol Police. And they show them on video opening up the gate saying, go on in, stay between the ropes and all this other stuff. And did they ever call Ray Epps, who was standing out there in the crowds trying to instigate people to storm the Capitol and everything? Oh, we got to storm the Capitol. We got to storm the Capitol. They have him on video, and then they cover that up. Oh, nothing to see here. Move along, move along. I kind of feel like Grump. What can we, I'm yanking my hair trying to wonder what the hell we could do. We're losing our country. It's like they're killing the third world to flood us with them to kill the first world. That's what it seems like they're doing to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a conspiracy theory or whatever. So be it. If they want to call me a conspiracy theorist, I don't care. I just want to live my life, enjoy time with my family and everything else. And and here they are saying, oh, well, if you believe in America, you're a racist. Oh, you served in the Marine Corps. Oh, you're a threat. You're a white supremacist.
Yep.
I'm like, okay. Well, where's your proof? Oh no, well you were in the Marines and you support the Second Amendment and you believe in the flag of America. You're a white supremacist.
You're
You
a
have white
domestic
privilege.
threat. You're a domestic threat, Donut Man.
Yeah, domestic threat. I said, I just want to enjoy my family, help my wife's daughters. I want her, she just graduated high school, and I want her to be able to, to take her high school diploma or whatever, and become whatever she wants to be and make something of herself. And I'm just wondering if she's going to have that, opportunity to do that the way things are going. We got that, how long that caravan is flooding its way up, making its way up here. And Biden's sitting there with Jimmy, whatever that.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Whatever, Jimmy Kimmel, douchebag or whatever up there. I can't remember how he said something. He goes, well, that's basically saying, can you help me say it better? And, oh, you said it perfect. And I'm like, give me a break. What's Jimmy Kimmel's claim to fame? Oh, I had the man show. I had girls jump up and down on a trampoline, sat there and bark like a seal. You can't get over the ignorance and stupidity, and you get people out there, Trump belongs in prison. What crimes did he commit? Well, he just belongs in prison. Okay, well, if he committed a crime, I would agree. What crime did he commit?
That's what this January 6th commission supposedly is going to show us all. The crimes committed by Trump and his administration. All right, Donut Man, we're almost to news break here, but good to hear from you. Have a great night. Enjoy your weekend. And it's 844-3388. We touched, I think, briefly last evening on one of the gun control legislation pieces that they passed in the House Wednesday. It's actually a package that contains 6 gun control measures. Apparently, after examination, Breitbart News points out that these are 6 gun control measures that would not have prevented the elementary school shooting in Uvalde on May the 24th. Yeah, the controls part of the Democrats' Protecting Our Kids Act. The controls were, these 6 gun controls were background checks for ghost guns, gun storage requirement for homes with minors present, additional penalties for gun trafficking or straw purchases, a bump stock ban, a high-capacity magazine ban that did include a grandfathering clause, and a requirement that existing bump stocks be registered under the auspices of the National Firearms Act. On June the 8th, of course, the New York Times reporting the Protecting Our Kids Act started by being passed via a series of votes. Most of these votes were along party lines, obviously, with a handful of Republicans, give or take, joining Democrats in support of each vote. 2 of the early votes resulted in passage of the bump stock ban and the high-capacity magazine ban. Now, of course, bump stocks were banned by the Department of Justice in March of 2019. And the text of the Protecting Our Kids Act noted that current owners of high-capacity magazines are allowed to keep them. So those, now, first of all, there were 2 votes that really didn't mean anything. Yeah, the final vote tally on the Protecting Our Kids Act was 223 yeas, 204 nays. But nothing in there, nothing in that would have changed anything on May the 24th. Just so you know, it is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
3 people were killed and 2 were injured, including a state trooper, in a shooting in Maryland. The suspect was identified by officials as a male only, and he was also wounded.
Suspect fired and shot state trooper in the shoulder, who then returned fire and shot him back.
That was Maryland Governor Larry Hogan during a press briefing. The FBI and ATF are helping with the investigation. Speaking of things happening in Maryland, authorities have arrested a man with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The man who traveled from California told law enforcement he was upset about the leak of the Supreme Court opinion related to abortion rights, an upcoming gun control case, and the school shooting last month in Uvalde, Texas. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
After the show yesterday morning, we were talking a little bit of farming action. Talking to Pup and Farmer, no less. Talking about how things going in the fields, planting, running a few weeks behind. I came across an update yesterday that we had talked recently about concerns for fertilizer. Of course, the increased cost of fertilizer and what could be a shortage of fertilizer globally. And according to the Reuters report, Canada's Nutrien, the world's largest fertilizer producer, announcing this past day they plan to increase potash production to an annual 18 million tons by the year 2025 to mitigate supply uncertainty from Eastern Europe. Prices of potash have soared since the sanctions were imposed against Russia and Belarus after the invasion, crimping an already tight market. Russia and Belarus are the world's second and third largest producers of the commodity, the number one, Canada. The challenge of feeding a growing world has never been clearer, as global supply chain constraints have contributed to higher commodity prices and escalated concerns for global food security. According to Nutrien's interim president and CEO, we see potential for multi-year strength in agriculture and crop input market fundamentals. Yeah, the demand, in other words, is going to be there. Yeah, you want to see a return on your investment, right? The increase in potash production represents a rise of more than 5 million tons, or a 40% increase compared to production in 2020. The ramp-up will be through Nutrien's existing low-cost capacity, with incremental production capability expected to be added at a similar annual pace as they've done over the past 2 years. They added their annual nitrogen sales volume could increase to about 13.5 million tons by 2027. Apparently, they were hosting a virtual investor day this past day. They also plan to repurchase an additional $2 billion worth of shares. The buyback is expected to increase the company's total returns to shareholders through dividends and share repurchases to about $5 billion this year. So maybe adding a bit of stability, or lessening some of the concerns about farmers being able to get fertilizer for their crops. So that would be some good news. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, Pappy, what's happening this morning?
What's happening, Mr. Steve Sommers?
Friday.
Yes, sir. My Friday, too. Man, that was a a great call by Grump there, Steve. And I dialed the phone up to comment on something he commented on. I got sidetracked. I can't remember what the heck I was going to even comment on now, Steve. I swear, man, it's hell getting old, dude. Man.
Well, obviously, most of his talk was about the whole sham January 6th commission thing, but
yeah. I forget, it was something else. It wasn't that.
Okay.
But anyway, always moving call. God bless her. You know, man, the only advice, Steve, I can give her is, man, don't look for it. Just let it come when it comes. You know, when you're least expected, you're not even looking for it. That's when it's going to get dumped in your lap. You know, I ain't been on a date, Steve, over 40 years. Married a high school sweetheart. Was married 17 years, got a divorce. Never dated. You know, a couple things just fell in my lap. But, man, yeah, this dating thing ain't happening. Just as soon be by myself. But there's been many times, though, Steve, I will tell you, sitting on that back deck, listening to Mr. Steve Sommers at night on my off days, wishing, man, it'd be nice if there was a lady sitting next to me to carry on a conversation with.
Right.
But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Hey, let me say this, though. You heard this phrase, right? Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Right?
Heard it many a times, absolutely.
Many a times. You just don't want to be judged by 12 in D.C. That's the point I was getting at. Steve, the problem is the courts in D.C., everything's political now. We're not supposed to go after our political opponents, right, and attempt to throw them in jail, put them in prison because we don't agree with their political views. But that, right, Steve, is what's going on. That's what these leftists are doing. And, man, when you read that little transcript that Trump's put out, you know, reference the January 6th thing, and how what's-her-name just got flat up there and just lied straight to the American people. You know what it reminded me of? Remember the Charleston deal where they were protesting the tearing down of statues and that one lady got ran over by, I think he might have been a KKK member. Remember that one?
Yes,
Charleston,
sir.
what, North
Yes,
Carolina,
sir.
was it?
Yep.
And they were, news, the media, the whacked out communist media was coming out. Trump refused to condemn the KKK because he's a KKK supporter.
Mm-hmm.
He never devoured David Duke. When, Steve, they had video of the man saying, I condemn the KKK, any white supremacist. I condemn David Duke, devouring. All on video, but the news media just ignored it, Steve. Ignored it. Just like they ignored, you know, that speech he gave that you just read off. They are convinced to manipulate the American people and trying to get us to believe what they want us to believe.
I mean, he actually, on that date, I guess as word was getting out that things might have been getting kind of ugly, he goes to the Rose Garden and he makes an announcement via Twitter, and Twitter shuts it down.
Yeah.
And then they try to say he never condemned it.
Amazing.
So you put your oldest daughter and what your grandson on a plane to where? Phoenix the other day?
Yeah, remember me telling you the middle daughter was just packing up and going to Arizona.
Arizona.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Aurora Valley.
Okay, Aurora. Now is that near
Arizona.
Phoenix, or do you know?
It's just north of Tucson.
Okay.
Supposed to be,
if you spoke to her
nice
since she's landed there, and is she enjoying the heat wave?
I did. That's exactly what I did. I got on the weather app, right, and looked up Aurora Valley. It popped right up. I took a picture of it. It was like 105 degrees there today.
Wow.
So I texted her that picture, and she called me. And she's like, Dad, you know what? Yeah, it's hot out here. But she goes, it's really not that bad. She said it's because the humidity's not that bad.
It's a dry heat. Oh, how many times have we heard that? It's a dry heat.
Yeah, she said it's hot, but it's not that bad because she's used. I mean, when it gets hot here with the humidity.
Yeah.
I mean, if it gets 100 here in Cincinnati in the summertime, man, it's miserable. But they went out hiking.
Wow. Whoa.
So, because I asked her, I'm like, is your air conditioner working? Hope that air conditioner is working in that new house.
Is she aware that they advise to avoid strenuous activity when it's 100 degrees?
She acted like it wasn't that bad. But yeah, so now, the oldest daughter's in California. Melissa, the middle daughter, she's in Arizona, man. They just packed up and left, Steve. I got my son, he's like 33. He's still here, lives up in Mason, and of course, Mercedes. Steve, let me tell you real quick what happened here with Mercedes and me today.
I saw your photos there. How did it feel to go out there and see that?
The car? Yeah. Yeah, this was prior to that.
Okay.
Yeah, finally, Steve, I was at work. It's been since February the 1st, and that car's been up there at the impound lot right behind our district. And so I finally went out, opened the gate, went back there and took a gander at it. I sent you the pictures, man.
Yes. It's like, wow.
So now check this out. I'm getting ready for work, right? And I forget what it was. I stepped in her bedroom. She's laying on her bed there. She's got two windows. Her bedroom's bigger than mine. She's got two windows, and I look out, and there's a car parked across the street with some teenagers in it, and they're staring down my house. I'm like, Sadie, who's that out in the car? Oh, they're here to pick me up, Dad. I said, oh, no, they ain't. I said, you ain't going nowhere in that car with them kids. Are you crazy? Oh, man, Steve, it got ugly. Uh-oh. Well, it didn't get real ugly, but yeah, man, I wasn't going to let her go, Steve. I didn't let her go. And it was kind of on the way to work, so I'll tell you what, because I kind of felt bad. I said, jump in, I'll drop you off on the way in, down to their house. And after I dropped her off, I'm thinking, man, oh, God, what do you do, man? I didn't want her getting in them cars with the kids, fearful of what could happen, and then I'm thinking,
the last time she was out in a car with 3-4 teenagers in the car, she almost died.
Yeah. When I got her out of the car, I tried to tell her, I said, listen, man, don't mistake my concern and love for you for not letting you go here. You just got to understand, man, that you put a bunch of teenagers in a car, right?
Yep.
That percentage rate for bad things to happen just went way up. But then, after I dropped her off, I'm thinking, man, Steve, I gotta let her be a teenager again. I can't tie her down in the house. As much as we hate it, I guess I'm gonna have to let her get out and be a teenager again. Jeez, man, that's hard though.
I can't imagine. I mean, the photographs of the vehicle you sent me, which, like you said, that's the first time you've seen it since. And then it all occurred, right? You hadn't even ever seen?
Yeah.
No?
Well, there was a picture, because it made the news media. Somebody snapped a picture of it when it was on the news, but it was kind of, it wasn't, didn't really, I mean, you could tell the car was messed up, but it's one thing to see it like on a screenshot from a TV and another when you're standing right there next to it. I mean, the top's off because the paramedics.
They had to
fire
cut
department
the top off, right?
Yeah, they had to cut that top off to get them out. So makes it look a little worse. But man, the front end of that car was whacked, dude. I mean, all the airbags deployed. It was a pretty good hit, man. But all right, man. I'll tell you what. If I can remember what the heck I was going to comment on Grump. But man, that was a great call by Grump, man. It really was. Every time he calls, man, he's hitting the nail right on the head, man. So it is what it is. All right, my man. Enjoy your off day.
Hey, thank you much. You have a great weekend, and there you go. You have a good weekend too. Yeah, Friday on a Friday. That doesn't happen very often, does it? We got clear lines. It is 844-3388 here on a Friday. When we come back, I don't know, it's got kind of a bit of a rash of military crashes this week with, I think it was an FA-18 crash earlier this week. We lost 5 in a Osprey crash on Wednesday. Had another naval helicopter crash this past day. They're along the Arizona-California border. We'll give you the latest ahead here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here you go. Here's an update. A Navy helicopter crashing at a training range along the Arizona-California border this past evening. In this case, all 4 aircrew members survived. This was an MH-60S Seahawk. About 6 o'clock Pacific time this past evening. 1 of the 4 taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Crew, they say, was conducting a routine training flight from Naval Air Facility El Centro. The helicopter was assigned to Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron HSC-3. at Naval Air Station North Island in Coronado, California. Now, that just one day after 5 Marines were killed in a 22B Osprey crash just north of the U.S.-Mexico border. During a training mission there as well on Wednesday, we mourn the loss of our Marines in this tragic mishap. Major General Bradford Gehring, commanding general of the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, said our hearts go out to the families and friends as they cope with this tragedy. Then, of course, U.S. naval pilot Lieutenant Richard Bullock was also killed. I guess that was late last week on a routine training flight. That was the FA-18 Super Hornet that crashed. Yeah, his plane unexpectedly went down in a remote, unpopulated area near Trona, California. According to the statement from the Navy, they're still investigating the cause of that crash, but it's been an active few days for the military and losses. Yeah, they're out west. Stay safe. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break, and we are clear lines this Friday morning at 844-844-3388. I guess we could say kind of confirming what some of the armchair quarterbacks in the days following the shooting at the elementary school in Texas. Concerns about, why was there such a delay? Why did an hour pass? That was some of the early reports. I guess they're now divulging the facts of the matter are that the heavily armed officers delayed confronting the gunman for more than an hour, even though supervisors at the scene had been told that some that were trapped with him in the school, trapped with the shooter, were alive and needed medical treatment. A new review of video footage and other investigative material shows the documents showed they were waiting for protective equipment to lower the risk to the law enforcement officers. The school district police chief who's leading the response to the shooting appeared to be agonizing over the length of time it's taken to secure the shields that would help protect officers when they entered and to find a key for the classroom doors. According to the documents, I guess, released this past day, the chief and others at the scene became aware that not everyone inside the classrooms were dead. Documents show, including a report from a school district police officer whose wife, who was a teacher, had actually spoke to him on the phone from one of those classrooms, notifying him that she had been shot. So while they're waiting out there, she's on the phone with her husband, but she's dying. She's bleeding. Apparently, more than a dozen of the 33 children and 3 teachers originally in the 2 classrooms remained alive during the 1 hour and 17 minutes from the time the shooting began to when the officers made entry. By that time, 60 officers had assembled on the scene. People are going to ask why we're taking so long. That was the words they believe was the chief. Arredondo, you could hear him saying that on some of the body camera footage. People are going to ask, why are we taking so long? We're trying to preserve the rest of the life. Now, they've been working to determine whether any of those who died might actually have been saved had they received medical attention. I think that's a no-brainer. There's no question some of the victims were still alive in desperate need of medical attention. I mean, the teacher that had called her husband, she actually died in the ambulance. Keep in mind, that's an hour and 17 minutes later. 3 other children died at nearby hospitals. Xavier Lopez, a 10-year-old, was one of those children. His family said he'd been shot in the back. He lost a lot of blood. He was needing medical attention. He could have been saved, according to the family. The police did not go in for more than an hour, and he bled out. It's the kind of things Pappy was talking about. How would you feel knowing that there's kids in there? So kind of confirming what many of us had suspected. But we'll hit the midnight hour here on the West Coast. And again, clear lines. Quiet Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Where are you at? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol attack held its first primetime hearing, detailing the findings of the panel's investigation and playing new video from closed-door depositions of members of former President Donald Trump's team and depicting the violence at the Capitol.
In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution.
That was Representative Liz Cheney. The hearings will continue. The head of the schools in the Texas town of Uvalde is addressing concerns following the recent mass shooting at a local elementary school. Paul Harrell says the fate of Robb Elementary is unclear. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Inflation is high in the UK.
Inflation in the UK is the highest it's been since the early 1990s. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says their recovery from the pandemic has been hindered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He says that energy and grain prices are expected to remain high in the short term, but adds that the UK and other allies cannot abandon support for Ukraine.
Never mind that abandoning the Ukrainians would be morally repugnant, since they are the victims, and they have an absolute right to defend a free and independent country. We are simply not in a position to tell them what to do.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. will be phasing out sales of plastic water bottles and other single-use products at national parks and other public lands. This is supposedly a major move to reduce pollution across the country. The change would take place by 2032. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A baby who has been missing since her parents were found murdered in a wooded area in Houston in 1981 has been found. Holly Claus is alive and well and now 42, according to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
I'm excited to announce that baby Holly has been located alive and well 42 years later. This investigation highlights the hard work and collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies working together across the country and demonstrates the importance of continuing to investigate cold cases both in Texas and in the United States.
Claus, who was a year old when her parents' bodies were found, weren't identified until 2021. She will be reuniting with her siblings formally in person very soon. The PGA Tour has told all its players that any participants in the Saudi-funded LIV Golf Series will be suspended. This came as the inaugural LIV Golf competition was underway in London. Among those subject to the suspension are Phil Mickelson, who reportedly signed a $200 million deal to play in the LIV Series, and 2020 Masters winner Dustin Johnson. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Okay, so welcome into a Friday. TGIF. Got a crazy story from AccuWeather where they say extreme drought conditions has prompted an open-ended closure of a popular hiking trail in the Joshua Tree National Park to ensure water access to bighorn sheep. I'm confused. The closure of the 49 Palms Trail started last week. It will remain in place until the summer monsoons, they tell us, provide adequate rainfall to increase water availability. So what I'm confused about is the people that, if you're walking the trail, what are you drinking the water? No. That's bighorn sheep with their iconic curled horns. Increasingly, you must rely on an oasis spring in the trail area. as the drought has made surface water more difficult to find in other areas of the park. All I can figure is, I guess if people are walking the trail, the sheep stay away. Is that the idea? And they can't get to the water because they're afraid of the people. The 49 Oasis, Palms Oasis, one of a small handful of areas in the park with reliable access to water for the wildlife. The oasis itself is always off limits to hikers, and it's what they call a sensitive biological area and a crucial water supply for plant and wildlife. But this Joshua Tree National Park has seen an incredible boom in tourism. 3.06 million visitors last year. That's a lot of people. Now, the National Park Service, they estimate up to 200 bighorns live in Joshua Tree, with a total population about 13,000 bighorns across California, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah. Recent research in Joshua Tree has shown a significant loss of open water as far as springs and seeps, and the loss of water, especially during the hot, dry summer months, has contributed to a significant loss of available habitat for the bighorn sheep. And as the drought gets worse, the sheep are being driven to higher elevations, looking for water, apparently. But 3.06 million visitors there last year. Joshua Tree National Park. Okay. All right, our caravan is on the way, right? Any updates? President Biden allowing the migrants from Central America to cross the southern border, according to Representative Brian Babbitt, is an intentional harm to the United States. Babbitt decried that Mexico's president, Manuel Obrador's administration, is actually absolutely facilitating the passage of these giant caravans from those northern triangle countries to the United States. They're giving them visas to come in and freely move around Mexico, not only to get jobs there, but to also pass through and make their way to our southern border where they come across. The Mexican government, according to Babbitt, is taking great advantage of us, and now here they are boycotting the so-called Summit of Americas, which is going to do nothing to stop this crisis at the border. He then lobbied that the Biden administration's allowing these caravans from Central America to pass into the U.S. is intentional. Their intent is to bring as many people here illegally as possible. But America is a nation of laws, and when they absolutely ignore the law, encourage people to come up here and get on our welfare programs, promising them health care, free education, giving illegal immigrants things that our own veterans, our own American citizens can't get, it is just inconceivable. In California and New York, they've already legalized for illegal aliens to vote in the state and local elections there. They're just buying their time to get these people signed up and dependent on the government welfare programs, offering all these free things, and then have them vote. That's what it's all about. I mean, speaking, quite frankly, Babbitt says he believes the Summit of the Americas is going to talk about climate change. But these people, they're not coming into our country by the millions because of climate change. They're coming here because they know there's free stuff. They want to make their lives better. Who could blame them? I can't blame them for that, but we are a nation of laws. Our duty as leaders of this country is to our citizens. All right, I don't know what are we close to 15,000 yet? They set out about a week ago, well over 10,000, anticipating it would be at least 15,000 by the time they got to our southern border. Wow. All right. Hey, Steve, I could imagine the reason they want to keep people away from those sheep is because a ram is especially territorial. They're mean as hell. I'd venture to say it's probably more for the people's safety than it is for the sheep's welfare. Okay, okay. I'm not sure about those sheep. Mean as hell, huh? All right. Thank you, Billy the Kid. Hey, good morning, Vic. Happy Friday.
Hey, good morning. Yes, some of those sheep, even the domestic rams, they can get quite ill if you invade their territory, as the individual said. But I want to talk about the January 6th commission. But real quick, whenever the guy was complaining about Indianapolis the other night, I didn't think of it till my wife reminded me. The reason I can't take one of the back ways away from the house is that they had a real bad intersection there. It was the subject of TV programs or special reports or whatever. For about 5 or 6 years, even the people were fussing about it. They approved a lot of subdivisions back in that area. And the one meeting I went to, the people were reminding the Indiana highway engineers that something had to be done there. Well, guess what? Just as they get up here and close off all the different access routes into the way I need to go on what will be Indiana 69, they decide they're going to build a roundabout there. So they closed off that road. So for 8 years, they knew about this, and they wait until they get I-69 right up here at the edge of Indianapolis, and then they close off 3 roads to build a roundabout. So I don't know what's going on, but I know that there's a lot of, just like I said, proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And everything just kind of seemed to focus here. But this January 6th commission was what I was really calling about. I really don't know why that the people that are being called to testify before Congress don't take a page from the mob there and just show up and plead the fifth. And for those that wish to prosecute various people, Steve, I thought for a prosecutor to withhold information that was beneficial to the defendant was a crime. And apparently there are a lot of videos that people can't get hold of. So I'm really curious how they're going to prosecute these people until they make everything available. That's number one, because I tried to watch the news on it today. I just couldn't. They kept showing the same old videos over and over again, with the mob and all that. And so I just said to heck with it, because to me, that's not accurate reporting. And the other thing is, and that just dawned on me there were some people here that were pretty upset with Pence, number one, because he threw General Flynn under the bus early on. And then the electoral count, they were in the process of going through the procedures for the Electoral Count Act of 1887, I believe it is. Anyway, and whenever they had the so-called riot, and then when they came back in session, the Congress on that electoral count, they ignored where they were at and just went on like nobody had ever challenged those electoral counts. And to me, they short-circuited everything there, because I thought, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought if that objection to some of the challenge was the word I was looking for, the challenge to some of the electoral counts were in place, I thought they should have, Congress should have went back and took up their business at that particular point. And instead they just dropped that and went on to the Electoral Count Act, to the Electoral Count, and said, that it's a done deal. So I don't know, maybe somebody that's a congressional parliamentarian could explain that, but, why did they not go back to the challenges to some of the states on the electoral counts? The fact they had a riot, that shouldn't have happened, and I have a lot of questions about that. as to why Trump even held a rally and who encouraged him. But this January 6th commission, they're not approaching any of the things that really would explain how that came about. They're just absolutely, pardon my French, but they're just hell bent on somehow holding Trump responsible as being part of an insurrection, and then therefore that means he can never run again for office. And they're trying to say that was an insurrection that day, which I don't know. Most insurrections you don't show up unarmed, but again,
right.
If they can get that definition, that's what it's all about. Getting Trump. It's not about getting to the truth of the matter. And again, a lot of those radical right-wing people, I'll say right-wing, if you look at those, I don't care whether it's the Michigan militia or the guy that always had the conspiracy shows and guys working for him, a lot of those have thrown other people under the bus before at the behest of the government, I guess is the quickest way to put it. So I wouldn't trust them on anything. So why they aren't looking into that? Why did these people? How were these people able to encourage someone to storm the Capitol? Because that's you don't have to be a Philadelphia lawyer to understand it to storm any building, let alone the congressional building. You're going to get in trouble for that. It's called malicious trespass. So that they're not really getting to the bottom of anything. That they're making some sort of a political statement is all it boils down to, and they're just certain they're going to get Trump. And my big curiosity is, are they really that scared of what Trump did and that he was going to get rid of the swamp there and a lot of the actions he were taking, and they would prefer that we be basically at a nice edge on a war with Russia. We're going to rearm Ukraine. We're going to have open borders. Would they rather have that situation than what we had with Trump? I mean, it looked to me like Trump had a lot of peace going, the economy going.
Yeah.
So what was so terrible about Trump?
All the horrible things.
He was,
all the horrible things the left told us Trump was going to cause. He's going to destroy this. He's going to get us in a war. He's going to destroy. None of that happened until Biden got in office, and every single one of those are now already have or coming to fruition.
Yeah, that's correct. And you're talking about the people coming up here on these caravans and all this. I was telling you, I was looking up different stuff. We had a city councilman here in Indianapolis, that he wanted to give free legal assistance to any of the illegal, well, not only illegals, just migrants in general. And, the average citizen, they can't get free legal assistance. So, and these people then, they get all these government funds, goodies, whatever you want to call them, and then they send money back to whatever country that they're from. So that money does not recirculate in the economy. So we no longer have what was known as a circular economy where those dollars would recirculate. So, it looked to me like one of the simple things to do is to just simply say, number one, the people that are here illegally, they play a lot of games to get a hold of some of this government money because they're really not supposed to be paid that. But I'll let somebody else explain all the games they play. But by and large, if they get someone here, say they live in a household, and then when they go to apply for the EBT card, then they say X number of people live in this household, and a lot of that is determined by the amount that they get is determined by that.
And they neglect to mention the fact that but two of these people are not eligible for these government assistance programs.
Correct.
Yep.
And so, there's just all kinds of games they play to get onto that. But they need to figure out some way to where they can't send money back to these countries. You know, if it's like if you're collecting some sort of government benefit here in the United States, you should be on a roll you should tell these banks you can't send money back to their home countries, whether that, but oddly enough, the post office is one of the biggest offenders of that, because they get money orders at the post office and send them back to their home country. But number one, I think the big thing is if they couldn't send money back to their home country, you'd probably see a rather substantial drop in a lot of them trying to get here, because many of them, they're not making their average income in a lot of those places is ridiculously low. So they come up here and they're send money back home, and their family can live like millionaires. And the corrupt officials back in their home country, quite often they insist that money be sent back, and they get a cut out of the pay that these people are sending back home. So it's actually aiding corruption in a lot of those different countries, which in turn forces a lot of people to leave. So, when you get into that whole issue of immigration, and there are many people studied it much better than me in different organizations, and these elected officials, I don't know if they're that ignorant or just deliberately look the other way, but they're definitely not representing the American people. But back this January 6th commission, like I said, people showing up to testify, why they don't just show up, plead the fifth, and if somebody wants to be prosecuted, like I said, if the local prosecutor withholds information that would be beneficial to the defendant, that's a crime, and you can often get a case dismissed if that happens. So I don't know. There's supposedly a lot of videos that shows the different pictures of what happened on January the 6th.
Yeah.
So,
well, Pappy brought up a good point last evening. He mentioned going back to the previous administrations, and how about going back to the? It was Lois Lerner. Lois Lerner. She was the whole IRS scenario, and when they called her in, what did Lois Lerner do? She issued an opening statement, and then I plead the fifth. No questions to be answered. I plead the fifth. Did we put her in shackles and lock her up? Nope, didn't happen. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Again, the Eldora million in the books, which they didn't wrap up till... And it would have been somewhere between 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. I think it was closer to 1:30 before that race, the main event, the 101-lap main event. Jonathan Davenport celebrates. I guarantee he ain't sleeping tonight. He's $1,002,022 richer after he wins the Eldora million. Of course, there's more money on the table. Yeah, thousands and thousands more, with a couple of $12,000 to win events coming up later on today. As a matter of fact, Saturday, another the Eldora Dream, the $128,000 to win Eldora Dream. Now, 1 year ago, when it was the back-to-back Dream events, they didn't do the $1 million thing. It was two $128,000 to win nights. Brandon Overton actually swept things that weekend. Yeah, winning both of the big prizes. Jonathan Davenport could be on slate to take home thousands more this weekend, but we'll give it the breakdown. Got the final results of the 24-car field we'll get to coming up here. And more of your calls, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
3 people were killed and 2 were injured, including a state trooper, in a shooting in Maryland. The suspect was identified by officials as a male only, and he was also wounded.
Suspect fired and shot state trooper in the shoulder, who then returned fire and shot him back.
That was Maryland Governor Larry Hogan during a press briefing. The FBI and ATF are helping with the investigation. Speaking of things happening in Maryland, authorities have arrested a man with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The man who traveled from California told law enforcement he was upset about the leak of the Supreme Court opinion related to abortion rights, an upcoming gun control case, and the school shooting last month in Uvalde, Texas. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, there was one notable name not in the starting field for the Eldora Million last evening. That's 8-time Eldora Dream winner Scott Bloomquist. Missed it by that much. He was in his heat race, actually started 13th and made his way to 3rd. And with like 1 or 2 laps to go, he would have made the field. He would have been in the starting field had he finished top 3 in that heat race, would transition into the main event. I think he spun a drive shaft. End of the day. I'll guarantee you they'll have his car fixed, and he'll be out there trying to take a stab at the $128,000 to win Saturday night main event, and maybe pick up a few other smaller purses later on today. But yeah, out of 124 vehicles showing up there, 24 made the starting field. So there were 100 drivers on the outside watching. They'll get back at it here and try to win some more this weekend. But again, Jonathan Davenport with the win. Chris Madden charging in the last couple of laps to take second place. Devin Moran finishing 3rd. Tim McCready, who actually most of the race, Tim McCready was running right behind Davenport. It was Davenport, McCready 1-2. Chris Ferguson 5th. Dale McDowell 6th. Mike Marlar, Kyle Bronson, Brandon Shepard, and Hudson O'Neill winding out the top 10 for the Eldora Million here just a few hours ago when they wrapped things up there. Now, back to the email bag quickly. Pappy had chimed in earlier, and he said, I didn't hear that information about the school shooting. Didn't hear about that till you just mentioned it over the air. If I didn't just hang up with you, I'd have called back, but I don't want to be a hog on the air. But let me say this. You have the devil in that classroom, armed to the teeth. The officers know when they enter that room to illuminate the threat, they will be shot. The devil knows they're coming through that fatal funnel. You know, there's only one way in, I guess, a.k.a. the doorway. The officers do not know exactly where he is in that room. Now, with that said, I know in my heart of hearts, I guarantee there were officers on that scene willing to go through that fatal tunnel and take the devil out, knowing they could have been killed in the process. Yeah, that whole order to wait blows my mind. Why some of them didn't defile the orders and go in, I don't know. But these officers do now have to live with themselves after hearing these new facts. I guess that in itself is going to be a difficult thing for them, right? Thank you much, Pappy, for chiming in. Hey, let's head out to Heat Wave. Where do we find Heat Wave? Yeah. How was Phoenix yesterday, by the way?
Hot.
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 Yep.
Yep. So they got me going to Las Vegas and turning around, coming back to Phoenix. I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire and back in the frying pan.
Vegas ain't going to be much better. I think they're looking at 110 and in Phoenix back to 150. You ain't getting out of the heat anytime soon.
No. I'm going to be mummified, that's for sure. Good. Good thing those air conditioners work. But you know what? Senor, they got them damn things set up at 78 degrees. 78. I mean, you know, you go in and you think, oh, it's 30 degrees cooler. No. No, it's just as hot inside them damn rooms as it was outside. So I made sure I put mine down to 62, and oh, I slept comfortably during the day. That, you know, here they are screaming and hollering, you know, we want electric cars, we want electric everything, and then they're screaming and hollering, don't do that, we got to save and conserve. Well, make up your mind, buddy. It's either one or the other, you know. Open up the fossil fuels, let's start producing some juice here. Or, you know, make nuclear power plants, something. We got plenty of energy under our feet. We got the technology. Let's do it. Oh, well, done with that. You know, in the past, I have called our Democrat representatives for the state of New Mexico asking why, you know, we don't protect our border wall. Oh, well, it's a waste of money, and we could spend that money better on other things. And, you know, it's just a waste of time for me to talk to my representatives, you know, to say, hey, you're supposed to represent me, the citizen, not the rest of the damn world. Yeah, it's just so damn aggravating that they refuse to say, okay, we're going to take care of our people. Well, since 2/3 of our representatives into Congress are Hispanic, I guess their people don't reside here in the States. They reside elsewhere, you know, in Mexico, Honduras, wherever. And you just get awful damn tired of listening to them saying how much we have to be compassionate for these people that come in illegally. And I'll say it since no one else wants to say it. Illegal aliens. They're called aliens because they're not from here and they have illegally come in. So, I mean, what else are you going to call them? You know, this BS about
undocumented immigrants. Come on, get it right. Get with the program. Undocumented immigrants.
Dadgummit, I'm not going to be PC. I'm going to call it the way I see it. Illegal aliens.
Yep.
You know, my wife and my daughter have medical issues, and they're not getting better. They're getting worse. But the doctors will not do anything for them, even though there are medicines there to help them. But they'll damn sure extend every courtesy to an illegal alien suffering from the same conditions my wife and daughter are suffering from. And, I mean, where's the justice in that? You know, it's kind of like that Four Sister sang that song talking about men. Well, you're talking about illegal aliens. You can't live with them, and you just can't shoot them, you know. But it's only going to take one spark of insanity from somebody to go in the areas that are getting constantly trampled over here on our southern border, and they're going to look at them as an invading enemy force, and it's only going to take one. And when the lead starts flying, it is absolutely going to be, well, we should have done something earlier,
right,
to prevent this from happening. Well, yeah, you should have done something. The stuff's still sitting there. Plan it. You know, it's costing us more a day to hold all that building material, the wall and whatnot, in storage, and it's just laying there doing nothing. I've seen the drone videos on the news. You got it. You know, you're going to spend less putting that wall in, and you're going to be saving all that money in spades, because now you're not paying billions upon billions upon billions to accommodate these damn lawbreakers. And while we continue to give Ukraine, which I think is a damn shame, they've been in all this money and aid, you know, we're not the police force of the world. someone else has to step up. And if it's the Europeans and a European conflict, well, they better get their butts in gear and match what we've done so far. Because it seems like in the last couple of wars that we've had, minus the Gulf Wars, anything that we had going into a Great War or World War II started in Europe, because nobody there really wanted to upset anybody or do anything to protect their citizens. So, I don't know. Yeah. Now let's go on to other happier subjects. So this farce of a January 6th committee, what have they done so far besides what Vic was saying, showing and replaying the same video of the unruly bunch that went in and caused all sort of grief?
Right.
Did they show any video of the other bunch of people that were, invited in and just, and they said, well, we got Republicans on the committee. Yeah, rhinos. They were never Trumpers to begin with. They don't like this country as it stands, yet they run under the Republican, hat. No, if you're that damn blind to where you cannot see a bias, justice is supposed to be blind. A jury is supposed to be those that can look both ways, make a judgment, and then make a call. Well, in this case, justice, she's peeking underneath the damn blindfold. Her scales are tipped one way, and the jury has already come up with a verdict even before the court procedure has begun. This is a farce, and if people don't stand up and scream, this ain't right, then what do you do?
Keep in mind all the evidence that will be presented will be one-sided, and there's no one there to question or counter question whatever this committee says. Yeah, they've got their two Republicans. Yeah, Liz Cheney. Who's the other guy? The other Trump hater. They're all
that one from Illinois.
They're all on the same page, presenting their one-sided, biased preview.
Well, and where's the fairness in that? It ain't fair. It's Democrat BS. Now, listening to the news, I heard Kavanaugh. Did he have another nut come up there to try to assassinate him? Or is the news cycle just that far behind?
I guess the news, the USA, because we talked about it more than 24 hours ago. Same guy, but they're just, I guess they got that in their news this morning. So,
Lordy, you almost think that they're trying to push something here too. Okay, was there another guy or the same guy? Whatever. Oh, damn. It's almost a good thing sometimes I go to sleep during the day and I'm just ignorant of the facts at night. I tell you. Well, Senor, I'm going to go ahead and let you go so someone else can get in there and give their 2 bits. But it's always a pleasure talking to you, and we'll holler at you later.
Have a good weekend. Try to find a way to stay cool. He's out there in the belly of the beast, the heat wave. Hey, that's your handle, heat wave. Enjoy it. 110 in Vegas. Oh, it'll be so much nicer in Phoenix at 115. Yeah. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Hey, guarantee there was one fan in the crowd. It's also mighty darn happy this Friday morning. Yeah, we used to call them split the pot, right? You buy your tickets. Yeah, half the money's going to go to whatever the cause is going to be, and whoever has the winning ticket, you split. At the Eldora Speedway, the last evening's Tony Stewart Foundation 50-50 raffle, as they call it, or split the pot, was worth $90,851. Yeah, whoever had the ticket, B as in boy, 236-7721. That's worth $90,851. That'd be enough for you to be willing to stick around for the rest of the weekend, right? Beer's on me. How about that? What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Now, a lot of times those charity 50-50 raffles and that, a lot of times those people end up just taking that money and just saying, nah, just go ahead, give it back to the charity there that it's benefiting.
Yeah, that's if you won $50.
Bit.
That's if you won $50, not if you won $90,000. Wow.
Right. It's still they still might leave a good portion back that way.
Think?
You never know.
Oh well.
Might be a good person out there. So of course you got to remember you're going to lose 50% of that to taxes to begin with. Once you claim it on your taxes, 50% of that goes to the government. So not only you only get a 25% out of a 50-50 raffle when you get something that big. But anyways, you were talking one of the drivers there. You said Tim McCready. Now back in the day, way back in the day there, when you were just doing weekends, or I don't know, you might have been down south at the time. There was a driver out in western New York, ran out there at a little track called Weedsport and Oswego, and some of those names might be familiar to some of the dirt track people. But there was a man out there that ran with the name of Barefoot Bob McCready. You ever hear of Barefoot Bob McCready?
I cannot say that I have. Does not ring a bell, no.
He used to drive with no shoes on. I'm wondering if this McCready Tim McCready is possibly his son. So didn't know if you had any idea on that, but it's a good possibility. So anyways, there. Hey, one other thing there, earlier in the show there, when you were reading off the Facebooks and the YouTubes and that, and you said Larry was headed from, I believe it was from Newburgh to Schenectady this morning. Is that Larry Stone there that used to do the Rumpke and all that with the safety and everything? Do you remember if that's who that was?
I know Larry chimed in yesterday morning, a little before 5 o'clock. Now, Larry's back in Cincinnati now.
Okay. You had somebody out there. I thought you said it was Larry, and it was going from Newburgh to Schenectady. There.
Okay, no,
I didn't know
that was a different Larry. Larry Stone, actually, in the last few months, he is back here in my neck of the woods, believe it or not.
Okay. No, I was just wondering there because I want to try to catch up with him because I know he used to do stuff with the fire service and that, and I didn't know if I could catch up with him there somehow to talk some fire truck stuff. But
well, I looked up your Tim McCready. Tim McCready is from Watertown, New York. Is that the neck of the woods where the other guy was from?
Yeah, more than likely, because Watertown's right up there outside Oswego, and that's probably where he'd be running. And Weedsport for the dirt trackers. There's just they call it just down the street. I don't know. Some of these people, down the street, around the corner. You get some of these places there. Sometimes it takes 3, 4, 5 hours to get down the street or around the corner, depending on where these people. But it's a good possibility there. So
Tim is the son of Bob and Sandy McCready. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, Barefoot
Bob.
Barefoot Bob McCready. There you go. An inductee into the Lowe's Motorsportsway Walk of Fame. How about that? Yeah. You are correct.
Yeah, if you can find out any information on Barefoot Bob there, you'd be pretty interested if there's a Wikipedia or something that tells about his history in racing and that. And he's quite the driver. Quite the driver. He's when you went to the racetrack, you were not disappointed when you were watching him run. So it's kind of like watching an Earnhardt. So. But anyways, that's about all we got going for you there. So we'll let you go here just about top of the hour. We're looking for news. And I don't know. Hey, we got just about enough time, don't we, that we could say that, you got to dial in on this 844-844-3388 and talk to the show and get your first-time code there for $60 to go to Hot Shot Secret and get all your Stiction Eliminator and everyday diesel treatment and diesel extreme and gasoline extreme and shift restore and get your vehicle all serviced up there, keyed up, run better. And don't forget to put some air in your tires. They always say putting air in the tires is always good for it. Can you put more air in the tires and make it better?
No.
I mean, some is good, more is better.
No. Run them at the proper pressure. You know that, horse feathers, you big dummy. All right, here, Barefoot Bob. Upon his induction into the Eastern Motorsports Hall of Fame, the Press Association expressed that Barefoot Bob was famous for his full beard, spectacles, his heavy foot, and iconic number 9 dirt track modified stock car that were always towed on an open trailer by a station wagon that was loaded with tools and supplies. He developed a faithful, popular following in the grandstands. In other words, we're going back to the old days of dirt racing, right? McCready raced from Florida to the southwestern U.S. and in Australia and Canada, compiling 507 track victories between 1975 and 2005. He has won at 56 speedways, captured 29 points championships and 8 series championships, won the prestigious Super Dirt Week race in 1986 at the Syracuse Mile. He's earned 2 Mr. Dirt Modified Championships and 3 Super Dirt Series Championships, including back-to-back Super Dirt Series titles in 1994 and 95. So there's Barefoot Bob and his boy, Tim. I guess picking up right there where Daddy left off. Yeah, he's also been a champion. Tim, born in 1974, he was last year the 2021 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Championship. In 2007, he ran a partial schedule in the NASCAR West Series, the ARCA Remax Series, as well as the NASCAR Busch Series, and the World of Outlaws Late Model Series. There you go. And news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol attack held its first primetime hearing, detailing the findings of the panel's investigation and playing new video from closed-door depositions of members of former President Donald Trump's team and depicting the violence at the Capitol.
In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution.
That was Representative Liz Cheney. The hearings will continue. The head of the schools in the Texas town of Uvalde is addressing concerns following the recent mass shooting at a local elementary school. Paul Harrell says the fate of Robb Elementary is unclear. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490. Inflation is high in the UK.
Inflation in the UK is the highest it's been since the early 1990s. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says their recovery from the pandemic has been hindered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He says that energy and grain prices are expected to remain high in the short term, but adds that the UK and other allies cannot abandon support for Ukraine.
Never mind that abandoning the Ukrainians would be morally repugnant, since they are the victims, and they have an absolute right to defend a free and independent country. We are simply not in a position to tell them what to do.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. will be phasing out sales of plastic water bottles and other single-use products at national parks and other public lands. This is supposedly a major move to reduce pollution across the country. The change would take place by 2032. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A baby who has been missing since her parents were found murdered in a wooded area in Houston in 1981 has been found. Holly Claus is alive and well and now 42, according to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
I'm excited to announce that baby Holly has been located alive and well 42 years later. This investigation highlights the hard work and collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies working together across the country and demonstrates the importance of continuing to investigate cold cases both in Texas and in the United States.
Claus, who was a year old when her parents' bodies were found, weren't identified until 2021. She will be reuniting with her siblings formally in person very soon. The PGA Tour has told all its players that any participants in the Saudi-funded Live Golf Series will be suspended. This came as the inaugural Live Golf competition was underway in London. Among those subject to the suspension are Phil Mickelson, who reportedly signed a $200 million deal to play in the Live Series, and 2020 Masters winner Dustin Johnson. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour underway here on a Friday. John checks in. Happy Friday, people. Good to have you with us, John. There's Gary on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Crew 61 here in Southwest Ohio. Let's go, Brandon. There's Mark. Mark Hill on board. Trump won. Democrats are cancer to America. Thank you, Mark. Barry, morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I only have one eye open at this point in time. I hope that means you're just waking up, Barry, right? You're not one-eyeing it, right? Morning, Gilligan. Tree Frogs on board there. All right. Good to have you all with us. Hey, earlier this week, there was the hearing on Capitol. I think it was Wednesday morning, like 10 a.m., and the truck parking crisis was addressed during that hearing as they discussed roadway safety, kind of reigniting some optimism that the government may dedicate some funding for projects adding parking capacity. It was Wednesday's hearing on Capitol Hill. Although there was a wide range of topics discussed, truck parking, they tell us, was addressed multiple times, including a plea for dedicated funding from the committee's chairperson. Keeping a promise he made more than a year ago, Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure Chair Peter DeFazio dedicated half of his opening comments to talk about truck parking, specifically expressing the importance of dedicated funding for building more truck parking spaces. We've got to do something about truck parking, and I hope the administration will use the discretion they have to deal with that, in addition to all the other tools we're talking about for the states and localities to reduce fatalities on the roads. He reminded the subcommittee that the House version of the infrastructure bill indeed included $1 billion exclusively for projects that add truck parking spaces. He also pointed out that there have been 2,300 crashes involving parked trucks, including 138 deaths. Those statistics alone highlight the safety implications tied to truck parking, acknowledging there is an absolute critical shortage of truck parking. DeFazio also suggested a lack of parking is very inefficient and discourages people from actually getting into the profession. Kind of doubling down on his stance, DeFazio, along with ranking member Sam Graves of Missouri, sent a letter to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg urging the secretary to increase truck parking capacity. DePazio's not the only subcommittee member addressing truck parking. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois asked witnesses why nothing's been done so far. Sean Wilson, president of the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, said the DOTs have to compete with private industry truck stops. Federal law prohibits government-owned rest stops from competing with private commerce. Consequently, certain amenities, including fuel stations, are not allowed at rest areas. He also talked about the not in my backyard approach at the local level. Residents in communities up and down the interstates all over the country resisting attempts to build more truck parking spaces where they live. Wilson is also the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development Secretary. He said issues regarding land use are exacerbating the problem, but at least DeFazio, it's more talk. It's not action, it's talk, but maybe they'll get something done. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Eagle, up and at 'em this morning. What's going on?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You don't have no show tomorrow. Well, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday.
Friday
Sunday,
night. Yeah,
we'll be off until Monday.
Yeah, this will be our final hour till Sunday night. Yes, sir.
Okay. Steve. I wanted to talk about the Supreme Court deal, and not about the abortion. I want to talk about the people that are going to going to these people's houses and protesting. I got a real big problem with that. I told you that a couple of weeks ago, Steve. It's just a matter of time before somebody gets hurt. Luckily, this man here, they claim that he turned his own self in. The guy that was Justice Alito, whatever. What was this guy's name?
Kavanaugh. He was outside Kavanaugh's house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is a dangerous situation here, Steve. Like I say, whether you agree, whether the people agree with the abortion deal, Kavanaugh, or whoever, you don't have a right to go to the man's house and shoot the guy. This is a real bad deal. They need to do something about it. From what I'm understanding, Joe Biden and his people, they can put a stop to it. All those people need to be arrested. Anybody that goes to any judge's house in Washington, D.C., and try to assassinate them needs to go to jail, and people need to throw away the key because they're not helping the situation, they're just making it worse. And, Joe Biden, still to this day, Steve, he gave it, like I say, it's been obvious to me and other people for a long time that these people have like blinders, Steve. They only see one thing. They want to take guns. Like I told you last week, Steve, if Joe Biden had it his way, he would go house to house, door to door, taking people's guns away from them by force, not asking about it. But in the U.S., it doesn't work like that. But that's what they want to do, Steve. Instead of addressing the real issue, which is the man behind the gun, they're not doing that. And that's the reason why the schools, and I'm talking about fortifying the schools, making them safer. Like I say, Nancy Pelosi is the worst Speaker of the House the U.S. has ever had. She is a total disgrace to America as far as I'm concerned. And now they had a nerve, Steve. They still own this deal with Donald Trump and what happened with this so-called insurrection. Donald Trump had absolutely nothing to do with it. What they're trying to do, Steve, the reason why they continue on with this is because they know that Trump is one of the few people that can get the USA back on track. And they figure that they're trying to destroy this man's name so he can't be in the running in 2024 for president, because they know that Donald Trump can beat any Democrat that they put out there. That includes Barack Obama, the Clintons, Sleepy Joe Biden, Kamala, and any other Democrat they decide to run in 2024, Trump will roll over them like a 18-wheeler truck, and they know that. So that's why they want Trump out of the race. That's why they keep talking about something that has absolutely nothing to do with. It's been over 2 years since this went down, and they still talking about it, Steve. So it shows you these people's true agenda. The best thing for the American people to do is, like you said, Steve, wait until November and go out and vote and make these last 2 years pure hell for Joe Biden. Whether it's hold up the bills, don't allow nothing to go through the way they did Donald Trump. That's what they need to do: make Joe Biden's life miserable the last 2 years. Don't allow him to pass anything, and that'll be equal justice for these losers until we can get a Republican or somebody back into the White House that deserves to be there, Steve. And one last thing, let me say this right quick, Steve, about the gun situation. Nobody is telling teachers that you are forcing teachers to be armed in these schools. People said if they want to be armed, if they want to be trained, then you can go. Then you can get a firearm, and you can have it in the school. Nobody is forcing you to do anything that you don't want to do. And like I say, if me personally, Steve, it still got to the point. Remember a couple of years ago, I used to always tell you, if I was a police officer, I would requit, turn in my badge and everything else. At this point, the way things are, and Joe Biden is not trying to secure these schools, as much as I hate to say this, Steve, if I was a school teacher, I wouldn't even show up for next school year because, like I say, I wouldn't put my life on the line knowing that Joe Biden and his administration don't support me. So don't be surprised if you see a whole lot of school teachers not returning to the classroom in the next school year. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, have a great weekend, Eagle. We'll chat at some point, maybe next week there. Have a safe weekend. There you go, 17 past the hour. Hey, speaking of gun laws, it's another primarily party line vote. This was yesterday, as a matter of fact. The House passed a bill Thursday to create a national red flag gun law. Now, here's another hotly debated topic: red flag gun laws that have the potential to be abused. Someone disgruntled with their neighbor, somebody angry at their ex-wife or whatever. And the idea to keep firearms away from people who are considered a threat to themselves or others, known as the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order. This one passed on a 224 yeas to 202 nays. There were 2 Republicans that abstained from voting on this one. According to The Hill, let's see, I had Fred Upton of Michigan, Republican, Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, Anthony Gonzalez, Brian Fitzpatrick, Chris Jacobs, all Republicans who broke with the GOP and voted in favor of this, while Jared Golden of Maine was the lone Democrat that voted in opposition. Introduced by Representative Lucy Macbeth, Democrat of Georgia, would allow family members and law enforcement to petition district courts to issue federal extreme protection orders that would temporarily ban individuals from possessing or purchasing guns. Macbeth's son was killed in what became known as the Loud Music shooting in Florida 10 years ago. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, red flag laws currently exist in 19 states and the District of Columbia. Extreme protection orders can be what they call short-term, lasting up to 14 days, issued without a hearing, or they can be long-term, lasting for 180 days and require a hearing. Anyone seeking protection orders must present evidence that the individual poses an imminent risk to themselves or others by possessing, purchasing, or receiving guns or ammunition. See, there's so much gray area there. That's the problem. Long-term protection orders require proof that the individual possesses an injury risk to themselves or others. Same thing. Possessing, purchasing, receiving guns. This bill also provides grant funding to states to incentivize them to strengthen their existing state red flag law and encourage more states to pass similar measures. The bill also mandates law enforcement personnel are trained to safely, impartially, and effectively use extreme risk protection orders. So there you go. Red flag laws. See where it goes. That's the House. What's the chances in the Senate? Like so many other things, a whole lot less certain. But with that, let's get a 2-minute timeout here on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the ad comes.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, it is, here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a wonderful week. Any big plans for the weekend? Anything else in the industry headlines, quick like here? Yeah, a couple stories from CDL Life. A truck driver and a child killed in a crash with a van in North Carolina Thursday morning. According to the report, a little before 4 a.m. on I-95 northbound about the 87 exit. According to the ABC affiliate, both vehicles were traveling northbound when the truck driver, 31-year-old Tony Terrell Weeks, failed to slow, overcorrected. The truck then struck a white Dodge van and traveled off the roadway where it overturned. Weeks was killed in the crash, and apparently a 2-year-old passenger in that van also perished. A 32-year-old additional passenger sustained non-life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the van was actually not injured. And a story that, Big Sexy had sent this to me, didn't get around to it for our Thursday morning show. Happened on Wednesday. But traffic was actually still blocked on Thursday morning, believe it or not. It was a series of crashes involving semi-trucks that left 3 people dead Wednesday afternoon. I-30 near Friendship, Arkansas. What a mess it was. According to the San Diego Tribune, the series of crashes occurred during rainy weather. It started with a 2-vehicle crash that then led to 2 other chain reaction wrecks. At least 8 semi-trucks ultimately involved in the incidents, some of which caught fire. Again, at least 3 were killed in the wreck. Police Thursday morning were still evaluating the vehicles, I guess burned vehicles, to search for any evidence of the deceased that may still have been trapped in the wreckage. So a pretty horrific scene there. It began to unfold at like 7:30 in the evening Wednesday. Traffic was at a standstill. I guess it didn't start then. By 7:30 in the evening, traffic had been at a standstill for hours, where state workers actually started handing out snacks and water to the stranded motorists there. All right, the eastbound lanes reopened late Wednesday, but the westbound lanes were still closed on Thursday morning as crews were having to repair asphalt that was damaged during the fires that occurred there. But a horrific scene. Meanwhile, back to the phones here on a Friday. Who we got on the line? Lucas?
Bass Ackwards.
Bass Ackwards. Man, it's been a long time.
How the hell did you get Lucas?
Well, that's what the screen says. Hey, Lucas, I want to say hi to Steve. That's what it says.
You still kicking, ain't you? That's good.
Well,
good.
Yep, we're still at it. How about you? It's been, I guess back in December, last you checked in. What's been happening?
Oh, Lord, you let me have it. You done got a damn record in front of you there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, I get to switch around once in a while here. I'll take the old lady shift. And, I'll listen once in a while. I chime in once in a while. I don't chime in, but I get to listen once in a while. But I got lucky tonight. I'm glad you're doing good. Little Stevie, Beth, and grandbaby, Francis, everything going good?
Everybody doing well, healthy. Yep, yes, sir.
Good, everything good. Hunky-dory. That's good news. That's good. Life is good. Before I start on something, you got the guest there tonight? We got a hot shot secret or something? You got there?
No. Chris was.
You got a guest there tonight?
Chris was last weekend. He's the first Friday of the month, so no special guest this morning.
Okay, I thought I heard somebody there, and I'm thinking, well, maybe I don't need to talk about other topics. Maybe we need to just talk about that. So, all right. But anyway, it's good to hear from you again, Steve. Eagle chimed in on the. I got a couple of little things I'll get off here, but Eagle chimed in on the deal with the Supreme Court. Okay. Now, they're worried about the January 6th thing up here. Now, we got something serious going on down there, Justin Kavanaugh's house.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, they can't protest, but not on his private property. They should be up in Washington doing that. Now, I would guarantee you, if it was Supreme Court Justice Kagan down there,
bingo,
it would be a damn different story.
I said that
it would
last
be
evening.
The white supremacist,
yep.
the mega, go ahead. Yep, that's what it would be.
Yep.
So, are you breaking up?
No, I said last evening, if these protests were taking place in front of the liberal judges versus the conservative judges, they would have shut those protests down from the day number one. They would not have been going on for weeks like they have in front of these conservative judges.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. That's the damn truth,
mm-hmm.
And that's the way it is. But and another thing is they're trying to make this bringing this January 6th thing back again like it's a real big deal to divert the attention from the economy, inflation, fuel prices. If they're worried about insurrection, what the hell do you think's going on the southern border right now? It's maybe not the same definition, but hell, our country is getting taken over. any way you look at it. They got this other big wave coming, the biggest they were ever discussing about. I don't know how big this other wave is coming, but it's not looking good. And that right there should be reasons to impeach the president. And I don't know why. Maybe because Republicans, if they got the backbone, maybe they don't have any way of pursuing it because they don't have the House and the Senate. But hopefully that will change if we get back the House and the Senate. Maybe they grow a little backbone, maybe go after this president and impeach him because he's not securing the southern border. And I think that would be reason enough to go after him. Would you think not?
Yes, sir. Yep.
You think it'd ever happen?
I don't think it'll ever happen, but it's something. I mean, yeah. First and foremost, you got to November has to get here, and Red Mule last evening mentioned that I'm beginning to sense an overconfidence among the Republican Party that they're going to take back the House and the Senate if you're not careful about what they're doing, you know. And he was kind of pointing out there's a lot of concern right now, and maybe to some extent this whole gun legislation thing. If Republicans stand their ground and don't try to do anything, that they may end up finding themselves on the short end of the stick because a lot of people are upset, want something done.
Well, okay, let me run this by you then. I'm not in the idea of, taking, you give an inch, you're gonna have to go further. Okay, they should take the damn guns away from us because there's one idiot gets out there and does this stuff. Would it be the same scenario? The damn drunk driver gets in the car, what are you gonna do, take the cars? I mean, what's the difference? I mean, it's not the car's fault, it's not the gun's fault, it's the idiot behind the gun. But let me run this out there for you. You tell me how you feel about it. I might go this far. How about letting an 18-year-old own an AR-15 if that individual is in the military? And if that individual gets expelled from the military or quits the military, you take his license back away until they get 21. Well, what would you think about that scenario?
Well, I guess technically if they're 18 and they join the military, they're going to have to serve 4 years anyway, so they'd be 21 before before they exited.
Right, but if they got expelled, or what's the other word I'm looking for?
Discharge.
Got thrown out.
Discharge.
If they got discharged in 2 years, then they take their license back away until they're 21. I might go for that.
Okay.
But if you tell them they can't own a gun, and hell they can't smoke, they can't drink, but they can go in the military and get their ass shot at. I don't understand that. So, anyway, I'm gonna get off that subject. This is what I'm thinking is going to happen. Of course, they're trying to make it happen that Donald Trump don't run again. Nancy Pelosi's so damn scared of him. But this is what I think is going to happen. Donald Trump is not our next president. DeSantis is going to be our next president, or he's going to be the vice president. One or the other. You can put that in the bank. I think he'll be a good one. What do you think there, Steve? You got your crystal ball in front of you?
I've been saying for some time. I'm with you. I think DeSantis, as far as in the public view, and not a day passes by where DeSantis isn't doing something more to fight Washington, D.C. We've got 2 more years, 2.5 before 24. Yeah, granted, Trump is in decent health right now, but I don't know that the idea was he's going to be 76 by the time 24 rolls around.
Yeah, he's going to be up there.
I think a younger DeSantis, I think, would make a great candidate. I like Ron DeSantis, top of the ticket, Kirsty Noem, vice president. I like that ticket myself. But good to hear from you, Bass Ackwards. Don't be such a stranger. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
French President Emmanuel Macron says his country will remain mobilized to meet Ukraine's needs, including heavy weapons. This was all during a call with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. All the while, Ukraine troops continue to battle for a key eastern city who is now mostly controlled by Russian forces. Maryland authorities have arrested a man armed with a weapon near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The Justice Department has charged the 26-year-old man with attempting or threatening to kidnap or murder a U.S. judge. The man, who traveled from California, called emergency authorities saying he was having suicidal thoughts and had a firearm in his suitcase. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else do we have in the mix here? That's been another... I've heard the debate over the years. Drivers, truckers saying, you know, we have to have a CDL license. But you got these people all over the country in these big old RVs and campers. They ain't got no CDL. No hours of service restrictions. The FMCSA is renewing the exemption that allows drivers from the recreational vehicle industry to operate without a CDL. The notice of renewal published in the Federal Register last week. The exemption allows drivers to deliver certain newly manufactured motorhomes and recreational vehicles to dealers or trade shows before retail sale without a CDL. The Recreational Vehicle Industry Association said we need the exemption because compliance with the CDL requirements prevents its members from implementing more efficient operations. First of all, there's a shortage of CDL drivers. It is a 5-year exemption which covers employees of all drive-away companies, RV manufacturers, RV dealers who are transporting recreational vehicles between manufacturing sites and local dealer locations or for movements prior to retail sale. It's recreational vehicles and gross vehicle weight or gross combined weight exceeding 26,000 pounds, apparently not covered by the exemption. So 26,001 and more have to have the CDL. There you go. From our industry headlines from Landline earlier this week, see what's happening with Gilligan this Friday. Morning, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, I think I'm going to stir up the pot again this morning. That ain't nothing new out of me. Well, Grump made a statement earlier this week about how that if you can't get around the truck that you're trying to pass, then you should stay out of the left lane. You remember that? Well, I drive one of these 65-mile-an-hour trucks. Now, I know Grump is a very intelligent man. He understands some of this, but think about this. I clocked the truck earlier. I got radar on this truck, about 60 miles an hour. I run the Volvo. It don't give the exact speed. It just lights up the speedometer where the approximate speed of that vehicle in front of you is doing. I get almost up to him, and the next thing I know, he's over in my lane, and then he takes off. You know, the thing is, I got stuck behind him. I'm here like, well, when I started watching him back and forth, sweeping. Well, when he started doing that, I stayed behind him. And 1 minute he'd be pulling away from me, 1 minute he'd be doing less than 60 mile an hour. But I wasn't going to pass him after because he just kept swerving. Well, down the road there a little ways, he took off. I haven't seen him since. I'm glad of it. Halfway expected to see him up here in the ditch somewhere, because I see him weaving all over the road for about 20 miles there while I was following him. But a lot of people don't realize is this: you get out there, then you get hung out to dry. If I'm hung out to dry and I'm seeing that I'm holding up traffic, first thing that you go out there is you look to see if there's any traffic coming to speak of, if there are ways back there. That's common courtesy. You get out there, you can't make the pass, come out of it, get back in behind. Somebody's trying to pass you, yes, Grump's right. Grump is right. It's not, that person does not have to lift for that person. But it comes down to common courtesy. You know that person can pass you. I do it on a regular basis. Come out of it, let that truck around you and go. I'd rather have the truck in front of me and going than I would running beside me for several miles.
Right.
I do that 2 or 3 times a night or more. It comes down to common courtesy. I understand what Grump's getting at, though, but just because you're in a governed truck does not mean you have no right to that left lane. Even if I run across 60 and 62 mile an hour trucks on a regular basis, what he said, I'm not even allowed to pass them because it didn't take me too long to get around them. I got as much right to that left lane as he does. But I should have the professional courtesy when I'm holding things up to get out of the way. If I have to lift, come out of it, and get back in behind that truck.
Well, I mean, how many times do you, we've all dealt with it, when you've been behind those 2 trucks for 6 and 8 miles and they're still side by side, ain't nobody getting anywhere.
Exactly. I don't like the stale races. If I'm the one being passed, I will not let somebody sit there beside me like that for a long period of time. I've got 27 years behind me. I don't have anywhere near the time of Grump, Moose, Donkey Gouger, or any of these other guys, but I do have some time under my belt. I've learned professional courtesy goes a long ways. I don't understand where some of these guys get that just sitting there side by side for miles. Somebody could blow a steer tire and take the other one out. You never know. I've blown 2 steer tires in my career, and both of them were good tires. It's just something freaky happened to them. That is an interesting experience to blow a steer tire. But you never know what could happen. Yeah. Well, anyway, Steve, that's kind of my rant. I hope everybody has a good weekend, and thanks for taking my call.
Have a good weekend, Gilligan. Thanks for checking in. Then again, once you've got out in the left lane, and once you got your turtle race going, if whoever's in the left lane decides they want to, all right, I'm going to back out and try to get back in behind, soon as you start dropping back, all those cars behind you, they start jumping over in the damn right-hand lane and try to get up, and they're going to try to, and you end up with vehicles next to you you can't get back over. That's the whole premise of the slower trucks side by you create more interaction. The impatient drivers behind you don't realize if you're going to try to back out and get back in line, but they're jumping over then they're going to pass you on the right-hand side and try to cut between you and the vehicle you were just trying to pass. I can only assume that's why these turtle races go on so long. Once you get up in that left lane, you're pretty much stuck. And what do you say? You use the term hung out to dry. Can't get back over. All right. Anyway, it's 844-3388. That's interesting story. 2 previously unknown shipwrecks have been found near a famous Spanish galleon laden with an estimated $17 billion in gold. Sunk by the British in 1708, the San Jose was a 62-gun, three-masted galleon sunk by the British with 600 people on board in 1708 in the War of Spanish Succession. Before being found in 2015, laden with gold and valuables now thought to be worth $17 billion, now two other vessels have also been found nearby, thanks to new high-tech equipment that has allowed Colombian naval officials to take a closer look at the San Jose and to locate impressive historical artifacts, including a gold ingot and the crew's swords. They also managed to film numerous gold coins scattered on the seafloor. The footage obtained by the Colombian government shows high-tech equipment being lowered to the seafloor, where a cannon can be seen on the seabed. Other artifacts can also be seen strewn on the sand, including various clay pots. The footage then shows the bow of one of the vessels, which appears to be remarkably well preserved, despite marine life attempting to take over. Images show how the vessel appears to be sitting on the seafloor, having not been swallowed up by the sand yet. Some of the close-up images near one of the cannons show handfuls of gold coins lying on the sand. Another shot shows a large number of what looks to be teacups strewn across the sand. Yeah, there's a lot of money on the seafloor there. Gold ingots, all right. Colombian authorities say the two new vessels appear to be a colonial boat and a schooner, thought to date back around the same period when Colombia declared its independence from Spain, a little over 200 years ago. And we'll return in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Well, it seems like it took a long time, but Friday's finally here. Heading into town to get one last route in for the week. looking forward to a hopefully uneventful weekend with some cold Miller Lights and maybe something hot off the grill. Everybody enjoy your day and your weekend. We'll meet again right here. And I got Monday morning. That's from Steve. All right, enjoy that final run. Enjoy that Miller Lite this weekend. Skullbusters. What do you say, Icebreaker?
Morning, Steve. In the comment that Ash Packard made about Trump and running this, that, and the other, I love Trump to death, but I'm with you, brother. I'd rather see DeSantis and Christy Nomes up there. I think that'd make a heck of a ticket.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be beautiful right there. And another thing, let me ask you a question. How many 50-50 raffles have you ever got in your lifetime?
Well, I've put money on a fair share of them, but I ain't never won one.
Okay, well, now, if you won $90,000, would you be a big enough idiot to turn it in on your taxes?
I guess it all depends on if they give you, what do you call that, a wage winning statement or something?
Most ones I've ever been on, and I've been in a ton of them, where they were a lot of money that they paid you cash.
Hey, if they hand me the cash, brother, you know it. Yeah, who in their right mind's going to say, I made 90 grand on a, no, hell no, they ain't going to claim it.
Yeah, when Horse Feather said that, I said, has he been drinking that propane that he's been hauling while he was up there smoking a cigarette?
Yeah, I mean,
said, Lord have mercy.
See there at
on that
Eldora,
man.
seeing as that was a fundraiser kind of thing for the, the Tony Stewart Foundation, I would imagine they probably might give you the cash, but they probably have to give you some sort of a tax form where they would have to turn in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably true too. I didn't think about that.
In the event that because they got to be on the up and up, and they have to have their accountants submit all that stuff that the money went to the Tony Stewart Foundation. But all right, Icebreaker, you get to be our final call of the week. How about that as we wrap it up on a Friday morning, TGIF? What a week it's been for TNCRadio.live. Stick around. Coming up this morning here in a matter of minutes. Stick around for the encore of the brand new show, Mind Your Trucking Business. 3 entrepreneurs with different backgrounds all coming together to bring some helpful information to owner, operator, business owners. Hear from the host and find out what this new show's all about. After which, it's Reverse Gear with the maestro himself, Ron Samuels, as he continues his review of the history of popular music. This morning, he's looking at the impact of the men of Motown. And it's 7 Eastern this morning. It's another new show. Noted author and spy expert Wesley Britton hosts Remember When? Danger, Will Robinson. Wesley this week interviews the original Will Robinson. I remember so well. Danger, Will. Talk about growing up on the television set and Bill's life and his career in music since that point in time. All coming your way via TNCRadio.live. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you back here at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning. Hope you'll join us as we kick off another week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.